Hello, everybody. Welcome in to episode 14 of Pariahs. Twitch over the weekend has just killed half of my bot, so I've disabled some of Cacophony's bits for the minute. Thanks, Twitch. You suck. But apart from that, let's get straight into it, shall we? I know. Boo. Vexing Cat, hello. How are you today? Sneeze, good to see you too. Steel, thank you for the. I know it's a black screen. You can just listen to me talk for a minute. You're welcome. Steel, thank you for the 69 months. Nice. There you go. You got to cancel your sub now, mate. It's just stay at 69 months forever. And also Diesel as well. Nice. 269-month tier 3 resubs on the same day. I mean, what more can you say? You do have a black screen. Yeah, fine. Because you were players. You weren't listening to me. In fact, hang on. I said it was a black screen. I said people could listen to me talk for a bit. God.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. I even said, but no, it was a black screen. Right, hello. I was trying to thank everybody before I came in here, but...
I mean, you could have thanked them and looked them in the eye like a fucking human being.
Thank you for the support, everybody. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. I was going to anyway. You know I normally do.
Now
How
I just
rude.
feel awkward.
Yeah, good. So you should. You've ruined it all. Vexing Cat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Valorant, another gifted sub. Durs, how about another train? 100 bits. Noxious Druid, 45. Fuck, bloody hell. And Chaos Heretic. That's a solid name. Thank you for the follow. Alright, yeah, cool. Welcome in, everyone. Episode 14. Pariahs, Season 2. It's been 2 weeks. How are we all? All good?
No, I were good. Yeah.
Quite well.
Good. God damn it. Diesel, another 20 gifted subs from Diesel, another 5 from Valorant. Thank you. Just stop bullying me with money. Merry Christmas. Apparently there are bonus subs. I'll take. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Aw. Yeah. Before I get too sappy, Cypher saved me from this this situation. What happened last time on Pariahs?
Well, if I just take everybody to the Discord, the link is in the description below. You've got a great hall and announcements. And the announcement will tell you exactly what happened. That's it. Casual plug. Alright, so last time we start off with some housekeeping. Start off with Garrett and his new dagger, which was physical, and he didn't like that. So, psychic magic, huzzah! You are one with me. And now he takes on the damage and characteristics of said dagger. What was the dagger called?
Crocodile.
Clean cut.
Yeah.
Something. I muttered something that was the accurate name.
Yeah, no, that's the dagger you didn't want. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Have we still got that?
No.
We do.
No. I traded it.
Oh, you traded it because it was cursed. Smart.
Yep.
Smart.
Yes.
What else happened? Vanya headed to the sisterhood to do a little checkup and see if they'd managed to get her eggs. They had. We don't know what's in them because they're all different shapes and sizes. I'm sure one of them will work out, if not all of them, in some way, shape, or form. While she was there, she found out that the sisterhood were like, well, we need to expand. And we don't have the money to buy anywhere, so let's go down. Did you know there's basements? We did. You should probably stop that.
Nah.
before they end up in the city below, and then whole other problem, and it all be Jump's fault. But yeah, so she's set up in the bowels of her. It's not really a church. It's more like just a cult house. We'll call it a cult house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with cult house.
A place of
negative word.
place of worship.
Stop making cults, and we'll stop calling them cults. That's it.
It's not a
Coven.
cult.
Coven, yeah. Yeah.
It's a group. It's a group house for, you know,
Cultists.
For like-minded individuals.
for
Okay.
like-minded individuals that love the fellowship.
Mm.
Of the cult. She wasn't alone though. Cypher followed her and was spreading his own joy and helped take a barrel down. As you know, it's what every good monster egg needs, is a barrel full of blood. And he was spreading the good word to the sisters. And then hop to back to town, and Garrett and Reza are talking cash, because Reza wanted some of them sweet gold bars, because she ain't about that peasant life, you know. And then Garrett mentioned that he had set aside a large sum of money for blood. Money for money's sake, because more money, you gotta spend money to make money, basically. That's what that boils down to.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Dorian got a nice little letter from, not his family, because his host's family. That better? Yeah. Yeah. Which he got an invite to go see his dad, in quotation marks. I guess we'll find out in the future what's that all about? Huh? What's it all about? I'm sure it's something nefarious, and I'm all for it. And then it was time for business as usual, and business turned to Dirktown slums. So, a nice trip through the fields. Everybody but Garrett fucking fell over.
I mean, that's for, yeah.
Across the field, yeah. Yeah, we all rolled trash, and Garrett was just like, ha, da, 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 da. And into Dirktown, where we, even covered in mud, we stood out as being far too clean, prim, proper, and having far too many teeth. Also, not smelling like shit. Isn't that right, Jump?
Initially.
Initially not smelling like shit. So after a little bump in with a trader, the group was like, well, we better up our looking like shit game. And Jump was like, and smelling like shit. Here's an item that I've had forever. I will now smell a poo for an hour.
You gotta go big.
Yeah, go big or go home. And it wasn't long after snooping that it turned out that most of Dirktown were all headed in the same direction. Well, not most, but one out of every family or a group was heading all in the same direction to go somewhere. And that somewhere was a barn where the Morbus Doctori were lining them up to give them food. But not only give them food, but to take the blood, as Bat Garrett found out with his new wings of creepiness and his brooding Garrett skipped up onto the roof to have a look down through the gaps. Saw that there was a big copper vat full of blood.
Yeah. What, in the corner?
Yeah, it was in the corner in a box.
You
couldn't see.
You couldn't see. You're not sure.
the-
Yeah, you're not sure.
Yeah.
There was something in the corner that was covered by a tarp or by linen
Yeah.
where the blood was being extracted into.
And they were using copper instruments or brass instruments to take blood. Much like the ones that we'd seen earlier in the week at the blood works. Reza, our resident non-bleeder, because, gotta have a pulse to bleed, joined the crew, got to the front of the queue, played dead. It's easy to play dead when you're dead. That's how I know you're dead. It was
We're starting that early, are we?
hey, if you're playing dead, I'm gonna hit you with that's how I know you're dead. But she did get a good look around. She got numbers and exactly what they were doing, which is much the same as what Garrett saw, only closer, until she lay down and died, and then was dragged outside. And then, with a sudden rush of shit to the brains, she tried to grab a man, and it went terribly wrong. I mean, it'd have been great if it worked. She could have drowned him in the puddle, in the ditch. But it didn't.
Any words of in your defense there, Reza?
I regret nothing.
I mean, it all panned out.
Yeah, it worked out for the better. Yeah, it worked out because fucking descending from the sky like Batman himself, Garrett lands 2 feet on the back of this man's fucking dome, and then they wrestle him and use Reza's brand new ring. Is it the ring of chains or something like that? To bind him up, and now we have a hostage. Ho ho ho! So bagged and tagged and carried by Dorian, we got ourselves a live one. That his mask does not come off.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's find out why.
Absolutely. So, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. With that said, we'll pick things up where we left off last session, just before Christmas. Also, before we get into it, I hope everyone had a good Christmas. Yeah, basically, as I said yesterday, I hope you were well fed, well drank. Let's get back into it. So, you made your way back through Dirktown with the hostage chained up, bound in a piece of linen, and with his head chained down and the mask also to his chest, so that any words that were spoken would come out muffled. You crossed the canal back into Polter District, and then from there made your way back in the direction of the Folly, using all of the back roads, alleys at your disposal, your local expertise. You wormed your way back in the direction of the Shadowed Circles. I say secret entrance, it's not really a secret entrance anymore, it's more of the main entrance for unscrupulous individuals for that area. So with that said, on the way back to the Shadowed Circle and the Baron's Folly, you've had a couple of weeks to think about it. Is there anything you wish to do on the journey back?
It's a no from Reza.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. No, nothing till we get back. Really.
No, I've got nothing pressing.
All right.
The only thing that I can think of is because Dorian is very used to Garrett just like being like there, but you don't know he's there, like just like the ever watchful presence, because he's just always in the shadows or sneaking.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just gonna say there, Garrett, do keep an eye out, make sure we're not followed. That's it. That's the only thing he can think of before we get back.
Anything you're going to do
Here on the
differently?
winds, a little chuckle.
For the sake of what's happening around, Garrett, roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
Where are you? Are you still on the ground with the rest of the party, or what exactly are you doing on the way back, Garrett, as you get towards lower streets at least?
Once we get towards lower streets, I'm gonna scale the side of a building.
Okay.
I've got a bird's eye view down,
Mm-hmm.
which is easier to spot somebody trying to follow the party.
Oh, you and that reliable talent, man.
Best skill ever.
Fucking Phil.
So, for everyone's benefit, that was a nat 1, but reliable talent kicks in and makes it a flat 10. All right, so the rest of the group with prisoner in tow, like rats in the dark, scuttle around, making their way back towards the shadowed circle. Garrett, with you hopping and scaling the walls to keep a watch over both the group and ahead and behind, there is something that gets your attention. Quite alarmingly so. Nothing in your local vicinity. This is roughly southeast, east, quite a distance away. Over the canal, behind the walls of Coinflow, there is a hazy orange glow coming from part of the Coinflow district. Smoke rising, illuminated by what you assume to be fires below, into the black sky above. It's not all-encompassing. It's not like the entire district's on fire. But there is a building on fire, and a large one at that, on the eastern side of Coinflow District. Sorry, on the western side of Coinflow District, closest to you.
About where a warehouse would be.
Roll me a fact you've been there a few times. Just roll me a history check. It's not difficult. 11's enough. Yes. Is the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
It's in that vicinity.
Yeah. So they've kept their part of the bargain.
Absolutely. You assume the merchant guild and their guards are in the process of removing the Morbus Doctore from their little stronghold in Coinflow.
Marvellous. And there's nobody obviously following the party.
Correct. No one at all.
Oh.
It's, bear in mind, at this point, I think the last time we left it, it was easily 3-4 a.m. in the morning. So even now, there'd be a few people on the streets pushing wagons and carts in the direction of Market Row, as it's close to the prep time for many merchants, but most of the drunkards have retired to their hovels to sleep off the grog. There'd be a few gangs smoking, drinking, just out on the corners, but nothing that would immediately point to the Doctore following you.
I was just swallowing a sweet.
It's alright. Just don't choke.
Yeah,
That'd be
it's
terrible.
close. Mhm. So, I'm gonna hang around for a good 10 minutes or so, just to be totally sure, and then slink my way back to the shadow circle.
Alright. By the time you get to the circle, the rest of the group have made it there just slightly ahead of you. Are you taking your newfound friend to the Undercroft?
Yes.
Alright. Dorian, Cypher, Reza, Vanya, you step into the shadowed circle. At this point, with it being 5 a.m. in the morning roughly, there's no one here. A few guards on the door, of course, who unlocked and let you in, but no activity. The large dragonborn Skarn is sat in a corner, snoring away, which the sheer volume is typically enough to shake some of the stonework around him, but you pass through, opening the door into the junction of the Undercroft. To your left lies the open chamber that leads into the city below and your various quarters. Straight on is, of course, the Thorn Room.
We take them to the throne room? Or do you want to take them to the Undercroft?
At this point, Garrett would be there.
Maybe going further down might be safer.
Very well, just don't drop them down the stairs. It's a long way down.
Who's carrying him at this point? Is it me with the chains, or who's got him?
Dorian can heft the guy around. He's kind of the resident muscle, even though Garrett could theoretically do it if he were there now.
Okay.
No, that's it.
Fair. All right. So, with Doctore over shoulder bound, you begin to make the descent down the stairway. In fact, what's this stairway look like now? How did it come about?
Think like it was made by a scaffolding first, and then each layer of scaffolding has got a set of stairs, and then like a little platform, and then a set of stairs and a little platform. It's not super sturdy, but it does the job.
Yeah, suffices for now.
Yeah.
Easily knocked down in a hurry.
Smart. Descending down the spiral staircase that lines the chamber, down into the lower levels, deep below the Undercroft, or the Undercroft as it seems we're calling it at the minute. You reach the bottom level. Here in front of you, the familiar rock archway that leads into this grand chamber. In the centre, a dilapidated looking chapel. To the left and right of the entrance, the old ruins that have now started to, or at least two of them have started to be renovated. You all get the impression that something is watching you as soon as you step into this area, and as if by magic, clinging onto one of the walls far off, about 50, 60 feet away. Cypher, what did they see?
Is this towards where his sanctum is?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, in that case, he'd see Cypher's guardian golem, crafted by Reza. He is affectionately named Bone Cruncher because he likes to crunch bones. It's a little quirk that he picked up when he was made. We don't know why. Don't worry about it.
What does this golem... Oh, they're difficult because they're not exactly
Gargoyle.
true golems. Yeah, but at the same time... Gargoyles. What's this gargoyle like? What's Bone Cruncher like, or Bone Crusher?
He's cat-like, but he's got more of like a... You know the Japanese lions, dog things? He's got a
Japanese
head
lion
kinda-
dog things.
Yeah. Well, I can't
Food
remember
dogs.
what they're called. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
He's got a big like square head. Yeah. So he's kind of like a dog cat thing. He's oddly shaped. He was Reza's first one.
Yeah.
And he's got like weirdly instead of like paws, it actually has hands with like with 4 fingers,
That's horrible.
which is just creepy. But it
Reza.
allows him to climb around.
Reza, can you not chisel paws?
She can now. But he was her first creation, and lovingly created and then animated by Cypher. And you know, we don't judge here. He's a cat dog
He's a cat dog.
with thumbs.
Okay. Alright. So this blocky cat dog gargoyle begins to descend, dropping onto the roof of the chapel before skirting down the walls. These things, it seems verticality is not a problem for them. They latch onto the walls, the ceilings, but as Bone Cruncher or Bone Crusher?
Bone Cruncher.
Bone Cruncher. As Bone Cruncher drops to the stonework below, casts a quick glance over the party, nods once, and then begins to slink its way down the stairwell onto the open grounds in front of you all. Opening its mouth, whilst looking at the body currently slung over Dorian's shoulder.
Cypher's gonna go over, just pat its head in between its eyes and goes, "Not yet."
It dips its head, doesn't make a sound. It's a golem, a gargoyle at the end of the day, but just begins to make its way back up the stairwell, up the wall of the chapel, positioning itself back on the roof in its watchful state. Oh, let's go.
Well,
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, go on, Cypher.
Well, I guess we're taking him into the sanctum then.
Well, unless there's anywhere better for you to perform whatever experiment you want to do on it.
Fair enough.
I've got a cauldron that would fit in.
We're not cooking him.
Yet.
Later, okay.
Come on then. And he's entering the sanctum.
Alright. You all ascend the staircase up to the central pillar that houses Cypher's sanctum. You push open the large heavy doors. Is this place lit now, or did you get rid of those crystals?
Oh no, they're still lit. The rest of the
rest of them.
Underdark, apart from a path to here and a path to their buildings, is pitch black. Like there is no light. Like the light that was down there, it's like, oh, it's all
Okay.
gone now.
As you step into the sanctum, though, the air immediately begins to chill. It drops several degrees to the point where, at least for those living, for Vanya and Dorian, you're probably the only two that would find this somewhat uncomfortable, with just how cold it is in here. And there's a constant draft that just seems to be pulling air in towards the obelisk at the far end of the room. Every now and again, there's the sound of... It sounds like rain on tin. Or glass being sprinkled on floor from the obelisk. The creaking and cracking.
But has it always made that noise, Cypher?
No, I broke it. Well, not broke. It's damaged.
After all the work we put in to make that for you.
Yes.
Your first new toy, and you've broken it.
Yes, however, it's not my fault. I did not realize I had exponentially outgrown the obelisk. Miscalculation on my part. Yes. Too much power. Crack.
That's fair.
Cypher,
Hmm?
have you thought about making the place a little more cozy? Maybe a fire? Bring some warmth
Why?
so it's a little bit more inviting?
That's how I know you're not dead.
Create an atmosphere of, I don't know, like coziness and...
Well, if
Want
I
to
ever
be
think
here.
about hosting a tea party inside my sanctum, I'll think about it.
Ooh. Is that... I would like to attend if you do that.
That's great. I'm going to live for a very long time. I'm sure eventually that's a possibility.
I feel
Right.
like he's being sarcastic.
Well, yes, he is. I mean, it's possible, but not probable. What are we doing with this fella? What do you want him, Cypher?
Just leave him chained up. Dorian, can you
Yeah.
can that mask come off?
Dorian is gonna put the guy on there's a slab in front of the pillar, correct? Or looks like there might not be. So he'll put him on one of the pews,
Okay.
and he's gonna just put one hand on the guy's chest and the other hand on the guy's mask and just try to pull this thing off of his face.
All right. So pulling back the linen immediately. At the moment, the chains are wrapped around the mask, causing his head to be pressed down, his chin down into his throat, so he can't speak. But as soon as the chains are released, so you can get a grasp on the mask, there's just this horrific gurgling, as the Doctore starts to try and thrash around, obviously chained up, can't get away. You grip hold of the edge of the leather plague mask, and you've seen these masks before out and about. You would expect them to be hollow or at least have some sort of crinkle material inside to absorb any compounds, but it feels wet, squishy on the inside. One could almost say fleshy. And as you begin to pull the mask, roll me an athletics check, please, Dorian.
Oh, sure.
It, with not so much a careful pull, you're not trying to, at this moment in time at least, rip
Tear
it
his
off.
head
But with adequate strength for pulling a mask off, it doesn't shift. Even with your hand on his chest, you feel his entire chest rising into your hand as if it almost feels like if he had this mask strapped to his face with straps that go around the back, making it impossible to pull off without force.
Dorian's going to look at Cypher and say, "You ever seen a snail in its shell?
Yeah.
How it goes inside like that? That's what this feels like. Like his head is in this thing as much as part of on his face."
So if you rip it off, he'll die?
Would you like to find out?
Well, are we to that point?
Wait,
No.
can it talk? Can we try to talk to it before we rip its face off?
Probably a good point. If you prefer, yes. And so he's going to release his grasp on the mask and just kind of slap his head. You awake?
I am. You are all doomed to fail. Fail. Death will come for you all.
He's going to look at Cypher and just be like, apparently he can.
It's not... The sound doesn't come from the mouth, the throat area. It seems as if when this Doctore talks, the entire end, the pointed end of the mask, wiggles and contorts slightly.
Does the voice he's speaking with sound similar to the person who is giving commands in
No.
Dirktown? Okay.
No. The person in Dirktown, that sounded like someone muffled behind a mask. This one sounds muffled, but grotesque, not the noise a typical voice box should make.
While this is going on, Dorian's looking around because the last time he was in the sanctum, there was like plates and knives and stuff, and he's just looking to see if there's anything like that still around.
I think you're the person to ask because the last time this had things in it, you power washed this place with the water jar.
Yeah, well, I think it's more just has Cypher left trinkets from before, things like that, or is it?
Yeah, you wouldn't have removed anything that was, So if there's anything that wasn't just rubbish, probably still kicking about, maybe. Because there was a lot of silverware, right, kicking about.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm inquiring about, is the silverware.
Yeah, it'd probably just be piled up neatly, being organized and reorganized and reorganized by a shade in the corner somewhere.
Okay, so while this is going on, Dorian's going to go over. He's going to start looking for a something serviceable to work as a shucking knife.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm easy. Go on, Reza.
While he's doing that, she's been kind of staring at this fellow curiously the whole time, annoyed that her plan didn't work, but also now's her chance to do examination. So she pulls one of those treated bottles, glass bottles, out of her bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
And she activates her holdout ring to become a dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And she will, if she takes one of his arms and moves the chains out of the way enough that she can get to an elbow. Is that possible? Do his sleeves roll up his arm?
They're in heavy robes. You'd be able to cut through the Doctore robes and the leather coat beneath. So yes, yeah, you'd be able to access the skin beneath.
Okay, so she gets to his elbow and then just makes a slight incision with the holdout ring and starts collecting the blood that starts flowing in her glass bottle.
So roll me a quick Medicaid check, please, Teresa.
Okay.
It doesn't take long for you to cut the robe away, quickly saw through the heavy leather beneath. In the relative darkness of Cypher's sanctum, you can't really make out the pallor, the colour of his skin, but yep, you manage to just quickly cut the arm and blood begins to ooze out of the wound into one of the vials. It doesn't flow freely like most wounds, but there is a viscous element to it, and whilst you expect a bright red of fresh oxygenated blood, this is slightly darker. Not black, but a very thick, darker red.
Okay. She's gonna, fill the vial with it, and then once it's full, press the, her handkerchief to the wound to staunch the blood.
Whilst this is happening, the Doctore is twisting its head to the side, almost growling at you, whilst repeating this.
You are all doomed. You're all dead. Dead. Each and every one of you.
Do you know how to say anything else? This is getting kind of boring.
Nothing else needs to be said. This city is done for. Soon, it will be ours.
And who are you? Who's ours?
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's a bit better.
Oh. The Doctore's mask turns towards you, Reza. The tip of the nose of the mask just wobbles ever so slightly. As it begins to speak, it then contorts, sucks itself in as it moves, making speech.
We are... Well, it is of no concern to you, no. We are from far beyond this petty place of existence. The souls here, the bodies will be used as fuel. Yours too. For their reawakening, their regrowth.
Sounds pretty far-fetched to me without a lot of detail. I think you're bluffing.
I would imagine at this point, Dorian, you find the implement you're looking for.
Can someone hold him down for a second?
He's chained.
I know, but where he can't, move, just to be still. And to maybe hold his beak.
What's this obsession you have with bird-like creatures, Vanya? I feel like this is some, deep trauma that's resurfacing that we should probably talk about.
Why? What do you want to do, Anya?
would like to get on him and listen to him. She whips out her listening cone.
Garrett, can you restrain him while Vanya mounts him?
Sure, why not? I walk forward and just put my hand on his chest and push it. And start pushing down.
Garrett, just remind us of... You've been a very, not so much frail, but a dexterous individual for the entire campaign. As this hand presses on the Doctore's chest, he indeed exhales deeply. The body goes, why?
These lovely gauntlets of strength that I've got on that makes my strength gentleman's 19.
So with this oppressive hand, just you push him into one of the pews. Vanya, chained, held down. What are you doing?
Well, she's gonna straddle him and then put the listening cone to his chest to begin with to see if she hears a heartbeat or anything mechanical type working inside of him, and just kind of do the cone like all over him to see if she hears anything like abnormal inside of his body.
Well, roll me a perception check.
And I get advantage with my listening cone. Is that what it says?
That's exactly what it says.
Just as well.
His heart is beating, though slow. You would expect that in a situation as high, a tense situation like this, that it would be beating rapidly. But it's not. There's no other sounds apart from the odd gurgle from his stomach, perhaps that of hunger. But nothing really gets your attention, again, apart from the fact that his heart is beating slower than you would expect.
She's gonna dismount. And
Does she stick the landing?
she sticks the landing. Sorry. And she's gonna look at the group and say, his heart, it's not racing. You haven't put in the fear in him.
I don't think he can feel fear. Actually, there is obviously something else going on here. And she's kind of like drifting the bottle of blood under her nose to kind of like get the bouquet of it and see if she can detect any of the reagents that have been added to his bloodstream.
So, two things then. First, can I have from you, Reza, a perception check along with a nature check?
I am doing so good today.
I love this. I am relishing these terrible rolls. This is this blood.
Clearly, I need to take it back to the lab.
Smells genuinely unpleasant to you. Your heightened sense, and perhaps even the lingering after effects of having drank so much high tier, better quality blood over the last week or so. This smells repugnant, almost like the best way to describe it, flaming bag of dog shit. And you quickly whip the vial away from your nose as to no longer feel offended by it. It's that bad.
She'll put the lid on it and put it back in her bag of holding for later.
Well, if fear isn't a factor in this thing's repertoire, how about logic? And he's gonna just sit down and just stare right at it and go, okay. If you don't answer questions, my friend over there, and he's going to point at Dorian, who's rifling through silverware to find a nice sharp knife, is going to remove this mask and whatever's underneath it.
The head whips to the side and stares through the blackened tinted goggles at you, Cypher.
Then that is my fate. So be it. You will learn nothing more from me, fleshbag.
He's going to grab him by the nose and he goes, in this life or the next, you will give up your secrets, whether you like it or not. Now, what are you? How many are there of you? And what do you want?
We.
As you're grabbing the mask, every time it speaks, there's vibrations through the whole beak, the whole snout.
We are Legion. And we will be coming for all of you eventually.
Have it your way. And he's got to walk up to his obelisk and he goes, no, we are Legion. And there's, the entire room is filled with shades, all stared at him. He goes, this will not be pleasant. Dorian, could you please remove the mask and whatever's underneath?
All right.
Do
So-
be careful, Dorian.
So, contrary to what Cypher was saying, he's actually looking for like one of the more blunt instruments, like a
Spoon?
like something. Well,
Serving spoon, something like that.
like more like because with the shuck knife, you don't want it to be super sharp on the edge because the point isn't to cut through; it's to like separate the shell from the flesh.
So like a butter knife, like a flexible
Yeah,
butter knife?
honestly, like a big butter knife. This isn't going to be PG.
That's fine. Go with it. Go with it.
So Dorian's going to get a hold of the snout with one hand. And he's going to just start sticking the knife under the edge and trying to work it between the flesh and the mask. And he's going to try to get it under there, and then he's going to try to work it all the way around the perimeter of the mask, and get as much like leverage, like get as much clear space to get it free, so he can try to pull it free again.
It's only now as you begin to you remove the hat, you pull down the hood, you see that this mask isn't just on the front part of the face. It seems to wrap around far to the back. So you take the knife towards the back of the mask where there's a slight gap. And this gap doesn't look like a rubber or a latex or leather mask that's held in place. This looks almost like it's grafted itself onto the scalp of the Doctore. It's going to require some digging.
Yeah, and he's going to look at Cypher and kind of like, crook finger over to him, like, so he can take a look.
Cypher's just gonna like look and observe what is going on. Oh, interesting. Continue. Garrett,
Oops.
we might need some blade work.
Do you need me to adjust the chains at all?
All the while, this
Not-
thing just there, the mask is wobbling away.
Be gone! Be gone! Get off me!
I'm afraid you have no power here. If you really want to change what is happening to you right now, you would tell us what you know, but
The head just shakes side to side in defiance.
remember, This was your choice.
So Dorian's going to start doing what he's going to do, but at this point, Dorian's kind of like feeling like this is a thing that has like attached itself to the Doctorius, much like the mask is actually like a parasite or something potentially. Like that's what it feels like. So he's kind of being a little bit wary of like this thing starts trying to like grab at him from the actual mask.
There would be a few tendrils that, as you start to pull back this fleshy, leathery mask at the back, blood, thick, dark red blood begins to drip out, and a few tendrils, only roughly 2 or 3 inches in length, in a futile attempt to thwack you away, do lash out, but it's... They're small, fleshy tendrils. They cause no physical damage to you.
No, that's rude. And Garrett flicks his wrist, and the side blade slices the first tendril off.
It drops to the ground, twitches once, stops moving.
Reza is standing near the operation, like looking over the shoulder, so she sees this tentacle drop to the floor, and she's gonna just prestidigitation to set it on fire and burn it.
The Doctore, in the meantime, as this happens, just begins to emit this guttural wail of pain.
Well, that certainly did something.
I wonder if is it ready to talk yet?
Roll me an insight check.
Okay. Fuck
no idea. It's just sat there, this muffled screech being emitted from somewhere within the head mask area of the Doctore.
Very well.
And I start peeling at the other side of the head to what Dorian's working on.
Reza is going to listen closely to the screaming to see if she hears something of the man this used to be under the screams, or just the masked creature.
Garrett, Dorian, I'm going to ask one of you to roll me a sleight of hand check with advantage because you're both helping each other out to remove this mask.
Well, between the two of us, I don't know who should do that.
Dorian, are you volunteering? So go on, Garrett.
I'll take this one, shall I?
Can Vanya also help them out by, like,
Course.
she's standing there and using prestidigitation to keep, like, the areas of where they're trying to pry and use their fingers from, like, having slime and, like, in the blood and the ooze, just kind of so that they can get a better grip?
Absolutely. In that case, if you're going, I'll give you a not that you need it, but a +5 to the roll.
+5. Okay. 35.
35.
So, Garrett, Dorian, your hands will remain clean through this procedure, but what are you both doing to peel this mask off the Doctore? Who wants to go first?
I can do my part, and so, like I said before, Dorian's got the this blade, and he's trying to peel back like the connective tissue and everything on the outside, and all that's going on.
One thing
And
I'm going to
basically, once he
quickly say,
works-
just very quickly, it certainly seems that whatever this is does not like silver.
Good to know. Well, honestly, to be fair. Actually, that's not bad. Okay.
That's not bad at all.
All right. So, because Dorian's kind of dense, so I wouldn't feel good like noticing that if like if I don't have a roll for it, because he just wouldn't. He's going to basically go in a semicircle from the top of the head down and get a hold of it, and he's got the one hand on the actual mask, like on the beak.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to get to the bottom of this, and then he's going to wait for Garrett to get to that same point so that they can just, in a concerted effort, basically just push the mask away and down, almost like peeling it off. Like, kind of like when there's something, like, you know, when there's like a suction dart on something, like
Yeah.
you're pulling it directly off, it doesn't work, so we have to like peel, like slide it to the side and try to peel it away to break the suction. That's what he's trying to do.
All right. With that in mind, Garrett, what are you up to?
Well, I've adapted how my thigh blades work, and instead of being a long straight knife, it's now got a sort of half moon shape to it, and I'm running it underneath, trying to remove the tendrils one by one, and then gripping the edge nice and firmly with my gauntlet of strength, putting a nice steady pressure, trying to mirror what Dorian's doing on the other side.
With the back flaps now free from the head of this Doctore, we'll find out what happens and what it looks like after this break.
Oh, I mean, I'm good with that.
Stand back.
We will go for a refill and a pee, and then we'll find out what the hell this mask thing is. All right. Gruesome. I love it. It's been a while since we've been down the macabre and the disgusting, so glad to be back. All right, folks, we won't be long.
Back.
Thank you.
So, who had Flesh Mask on their bingo card for this session?
It's like a A mix between a hermit crab and a face hugger.
So, and maybe this is too early to ask this question,
Go on.
but so it doesn't sound like all of those masks are like that, because some had sounded like that they weren't. But
Correct.
could there be an opportunity for the masks that we have in our bags to have a parasite in it, and that would have been detrimental to put it on?
You have one mask in your possession that you got from the previous fight, and that mask was from the big guy, the leader of that group.
It's a bit more ornate than the normal.
That's a bit more ornate than the
Okay.
others. If you remember, I think they were beheaded and burnt previously.
Oh, okay.
Gallimore, welcome in. I'm good. I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoy the little setup we've got here. So yes, that's why this is a little different, because you've only got the one mask from the Doctore leader, who at this point, Vanya, I will certainly say yes, you are fully aware that it seems the leadership of the Doctore are human. I mean, this guy could still be human. I guess we'll find out. Dorian, Garrett, Reza, you guys back?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I'm
have
back.
left.
There we go. So, excuse me. Oh, sparkling water. I apologise. As you grasp the mask by its snout, by its beak, the two flaps having been separated, as Garrett, Dorian, you pull the flaps back, you would see that the flesh beneath the mask's flaps has been either eaten or dissolved away. There is nothing left but bone. The skull of the poor Doctore now exposed, and you will also see several little thin tendrils that protrude through the bone into the brain case of the skull. And again, as you pull the flaps back, these are pulled out almost like the roots of weeds. Dorian, with a quick twist and a pull from the front, the entire mask is ripped off the face of the Doctore. Immediately you all see that where a face once was on the Doctore is no longer there. Flesh, muscle, bone, gone. There is just this giant hole, a blooded visceric mess, as several tendrils are pulled out along with the mask that seem to extend into the throat and perhaps even down into the chest of this Doctore. Wrenching the mask free with this easily 2-3 foot long mass of tendrils and tentacles that reach down into the body. How far are you pulling the mask off, Dorian? Are you trying to remove everything, or are you just separating it from the head?
Well, because we're in this process, honestly, he's probably going to go and just see how long it takes for it to be fully disengaged from it. like just completely off. Like, at this point, it's almost like morbid curiosity.
As you keep pulling, first it goes back a foot, 2 foot, and then there starts to be resistance.
He'll hold it there, and he's going to look across this little gory scene at Cypher. Didn't someone say that Doctore were trying to keep something from rising? Whatever. Do you remember a name for that? So he's not gonna like. He's gonna basically stop right before the right at the point where the tension is. That's where he's stopping.
So just to paint the scene, Dorian, how does this currently look? Because this is roughly 2 feet away from this giant gaping hole in this man's head, with these various strands of tentacles and tendrils stretched taut that seem to go down the throat of the man further into his body.
Yeah, well, so it's almost like trying to think of something that would be relatable for an image. But honestly, the only thing I could think of, I always go to food. I'm sorry, chat. It's almost like when you grab like the top of a banana and start to peel the casing away.
It's got those little, yeah. Either that or a freshly cooked slice of pizza when you lift it and all the cheeses.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, and just like it's almost like all the surface parts and everything are going with the mask, and it's just there, and it's holding on. So if this thing is alive, it's basically in. It has to be in whatever its version of agony is.
Yeah. At this, with you being the one pulling it out, you wouldn't see this immediately, but the rest of the group who are gathered around would see that these tendrils go straight into this circular maw. A multitude of smaller teeth ring. Similar to an octopus or a squid, there's a inner beak ringed with spiked teeth that's gnashing away, and the mask in your hand, Dorian, is just making these horrific gurgling, pained, groaning noises as you begin to stretch it out from the hole in the head of this Doctore.
And Dorian's gonna muse to himself. I'm reminded of popping a boil or something here. Just something weirdly satisfying.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Does Reza have like any sense of familiarity with what she is seeing here?
Remind me the continents you visited, Reza. Castellan provinces, or...
So, her family has, she personally had not.
Okay. Then no.
Okay.
Anybody else have any thoughts on this?
Can it still talk? Can he? Hello? Okay. He starts flicking the mask. This thing on.
It's the mask itself, whatever control it had of the vocal cords of this Doctore is being stretched to its limit. The mask itself's making a horrific gurgling noise, a high-pitched screech, but no, it can't talk.
Excellent. It looks like you're straining at the leash there, Dorian. Is that as far as it goes, or?
I think that's as far as it goes before it completely detaches. If this is some kind of parasite, it won't have a host anymore, and it won't last very long.
Well, that's fine. I think I know somebody who might know what it is. Shall we pull it off, and then we'll have a little chat with the host, shall we?
Would
Go on, Vanya. No, go on, Vanya.
would we have? Would there have been any similarities in like the books from that we got from like the testing and stuff that was happening with creatures, would there be anything about this in there?
Roll me a history check.
know.
An excellent roll. Yes and no. You have a quick reminder, having looked through some of the old tomes from the outcasts in the past and their chimeric and merging of creatures. There were a few entries of a parasitic creature far, far from the west in the Barak Empire that invades minds. But due to the fact it wasn't a decent reagent for their experiments and their creations, they didn't really write much about it. But this certainly brings to mind that brief passage in one of the old Outcast books that this thing's certainly not native to Astoria. Anybody know what's in the far west?
Not in character.
Far west of Astoria, most people would know the Barak Empire resides there. So should Vanya relay this information, you know it's potentially has ties to Barak.
Well, she'll relay the information. So as they're, pulling and making that horrific scene that makes me want to vomit. I'm remembering from the tomes that I was studying a passage about, that they might be from the Barak Empire.
Interesting.
West, yeah.
And also, there's this. And he's got the mask in one hand, and he's going to take the silver knife, and he's just going to, run it along the tentacles, so this thing's just shrieking in terror at the touch of the silver.
Wait, did you say Barak Empire?
No, I said Barak.
Whatever. So interesting. Huh. Could this be some sort of espionage?
Well,
That wasn't a question for you.
Oh. Well, I mean...
No, well, it was for the whole group, sorry. But no, we know that there are tensions.
What, do you think this is a plot from the Barak Empire to undermine the city itself?
I'm
Are
not
you
sure.
saying that the Barak Empire is populated by barnacles that slap themselves to people's faces?
I believe that's what Vanya said.
I mean, I just said that it came from there and that it wasn't, when they were experimenting on things, it wasn't a viable option of what they were looking for, so they just know where they believe that it came from. That's all that I know. I don't know if it's an experiment.
Question, Dorian, are you cutting through the tendrils, or are you pulling them out? Or were you just running the knife along them just to intimidate it and torture the damn thing?
honestly the third option. He was just doing it for the look and all the stuff they're talking about is he doesn't know anything outside of Astoria, in any of his incarnations, and he's just there and he's like, kind of entertaining himself while they're going on about this.
What if the Sandwalls, this is some sort of broad play for power from the Sandwalls who enlisted the Doctori to help, and it's all connected somehow. I'm not good at politics, but
we could definitely make that our narrative to further our agenda.
yes, we could.
The truth is what we make it.
Yes, we've just uncovered a plot. By
Well
the
done,
Sandwalls. Yes, well
Welcome
done,
to politics.
us.
And with that, Dorian's just gonna give a really yank with all his might to just pull this thing completely from the body.
The body begins to convulse as you start pulling this mask. These tendrils are a lot sturdier than you would expect. The throat begins to enlarge from the Doctori as his esophagus is pulled out of his throat, followed by, as you begin to pull even more, a lung comes out. And it seems as you start to pull, all of the tendrils seem to be attached to the internal organs of the Doctori.
Perhaps we should just cut that off before you turn him inside out, Dorian. Dorian, stop. Dorian, stop.
I mean, let him have his fun. He's not going to be able to talk anymore anyway.
And I'm pretty certain the guy he's dead.
It doesn't take long for the body to go limp. Go on, Dorian.
Unless someone says stop, he just keep the thing is, due to his nature now, he kind of enjoys just extreme bloodshed and gore, so he's just gonna keep going until someone does something to get his attention.
There's a sickly pop as the second lung followed by the heart, and at this point it's just this shower of gore, unless anyone's stepping in.
No, once one organ came out, we were just like, man.
Go on, Vanya.
Vanya's just gonna say, and this is why I have taught my sisters to protect themselves.
You should teach them to protect themselves from squid things that want to eat their faces, and not in a good way.
Well, hopefully what they're learning will help with that, but also help with those that enjoy things like this.
With a final sickening squelch, the last of the entrails are pulled from the now bulbous throat of the Doctori, and in a crimson arc in the air, just slap on the other side of Cypher's sanctum. The body goes limp. The mask quivers briefly for a moment, and you would see some of the tendrils that are wrapped around the internal organs just try their best to continue pumping the heart, expanding and inflating the lungs to the best of their ability, but it doesn't take long before the tendrils and the tentacles from this mask begin to subside as it also dies.
Well, anyway, I do believe there's a jar around here somewhere, an old jar. You can put that in, and we'll take it to the coroner, see if they can identify it for us.
what do you want to do about that?
Oh, that, this, and he clicks his fingers. He casts Speak with Dead.
How does your speak with dead work, Cypher?
Well, since he's dearly departed, I don't have to go far to grab his soul and wrench it back into his body, and then it's held there by shades for a limited time. But the body is then animated, crudely. Let's just say he's not using his vocal cords to talk.
No. So for the rest of you, you would see the body convulse briefly as a semblance of life is temporarily restored to it. The hole where its face used to be just this gory mess. For you, Cypher, the opposite. You would see the body, but where the face and the head has been eaten or dissolved away, you would see a faint bluish tinged shimmer of the man's original face, his spirit in his body.
There we are.
Unmoving, the eyes begin to dart around, looking at the sanctum. So, typically, speak with dead. For the rules written, folk, you can only animate a corpse if it's got a mouth, but due to Cypher being a lich, you can speak with the souls of the dead. So that's kind of the trade-off we've got. So the rest of the group won't be able to hear any response from this corpse as it quivers. But you, Cypher, you can.
Okay. And he's going to go, what is that?
The body jerks ever so slightly up into a seating position from the pew. The head turning towards the direction Cypher pointed. You, Cypher, would just hear... Servants of the Master.
Servants of a master. Okay. How many of them are they?
Too many. Far too many. Breeding. Sprawling.
Where?
Dark place. Not sure where. We were told outside. Swamps. Trudging through before reaching a building. Barak.
Barak. Interesting. So this came from outside the city?
Yes.
Where is your base of operations currently?
Vanderhall. And at that, with that being the fifth question, the soul dissipates, the body on its left side crumples and collapses off the pew. Still chained, but gone.
So he said Vanderhall.
Vanderhall.
Interesting. The word Vanderhall ring anybody's bells?
Does it ring anybody's bells?
Roll me a history check.
Can you ask him if he felt that?
No, he's very dead now. Dorian. I assume he did. He seemed very traumatized.
History, Vanya 27. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to guess you're not rolling on this one since you asked the question.
Yeah.
Garrett.
I'm not really a local.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair. So, Vanya, you are the only person who knows Vanderhall. It is a smaller trading city to the south of the Barak Empire. It typically is the main trade hub of bringing goods from the Castellan provinces and beyond, and even from the north. Everywhere seems to visit this Vanderhall to bring goods into Barak, if they're not visiting the capital itself.
Well, Vanderhall, I believe it is to the south of the Barak Empire. And it's kind of like a trading area. Everyone goes there to get their trades.
There's also a large military presence from the Barak Empire. They have their naval facilities in the capital, but to try and reach further south, they also have a large naval port there as well.
And she'll reiterate that they have a large naval port.
Yes, I believe this thing is something that needs to be nipped in the bud quick.
Do you think... Is it aquatic, maybe?
No idea. I don't even know what it is. It's parasitic, at the very least. Although these are the lesser of a greater whole by what I can glean from what he told me.
Oh, that's not ideal.
No, it's not.
Yes, I think more information about these things would be helpful.
Yes, and silver. Well, shall we go see the coroner and show him the nice new juicy thing we brought? See if he knows anything.
I think I'll take a moment to clean up myself a bit first.
Dorian is gonna look over the mask and see if, it's mask. Is the mask like an actual mask, or does it feel like it's a shell or something like that? Like, he's kind of just being inquisitive with it.
Absolutely. Roll me a perception check with advantage, since you've basically extracted this thing. So, seeing the full details of this parasitic creature, you can immediately tell that the mask at one point was a mask. It's leather in nature, but this parasite that's grown inside of it seems to be attached to the mask through various tendons and strands of flesh. giving you the impression that perhaps these things were implanted in the mask first and then strapped onto an individual. With leather being basically flesh, it took it as its own skin.
All right. Yeah. Well, I suppose. And he's going to look for, like, specifically, like, one of the urns or something that's over there that's big enough to put this thing in. He's going to basically bring the urn over and try to get all of this into it without trying to break it, just because, in case it's somehow significant, how it's, like, latching on to stuff. And just put it in the urn and suppose I can bring it over, and unless you want to go on your own.
No, let's forge our path through the mist of uncertainty, Dorian, for our destiny awaits us on the other side. Onward!
Oh.
No.
That was very inspirational.
Yeah. I
Do you
hated
want to
it.
go by yourself?
Help carrying it would be appreciated.
All right. Yeah. I can assist with that then. And maybe we'll need to crack this thing open when we get over there.
Do you want to crack it open?
I'm a bit curious.
We should probably get word of this to Dame Cordair.
Would you like me to put a message together?
Are we able to send one directly to Dame Cordair with your magic? Do we have a runic address, as it were?
It's in the box, I know. Place.
I mean, if you can do it, then yes. If you could draft up a letter just telling her what we found.
Do you want me to be like really detailed? I can get really detailed. I am excellent at telling stories through letters.
Every detail. Everything that we found so far, from whatever they were doing in the barn with collecting blood to whatever these are.
And the plot the Sandballs are creating with the Barak Empire to overthrow the government. Yes, that. That we suspect there's a plot.
Yes,
Sure.
plant the seed.
Yes. This may take me a while, so I don't know. Do you want to wait on me, or are you just gonna go?
Do you really want to go see the coroner? Because I can just tell you what it is when I get back.
No. I would rather craft the perfect letter.
Excellent. Excellent.
I too will stay behind if you do not need me. These things seem to dislike silver, and I think we should capitalize on that fact.
I have a pile of old, ancient silver in the corner if you need to melt some down for, I don't know.
Don't worry,
bullets.
already on ahead of you. And I'm scooping it into my bag of holding.
Well, shall we, Dorian?
Do let's.
So they gotta head to the throne room and through the portal.
All right.
Corner.
So, with urn full of parasite, Dorian, Cypher, who else is going, sorry?
Reza.
Reza. You step into the Thorn Room, and after ascending the stairwell into the undercroft, blah, blah, blah. Step into the Thorn Room, Elias brings down the large root that holds the portal to its companion in the society. With a quick step and an easy feeling, you find yourselves in the society. Quick knock on the coroner's door opens, revealing the old, haggard form of the coroner. This scene's played out tens, perhaps even hundreds of times before in front of your eyes, as the ancient individual is hunched over the lectern at the end of the room, constantly flicking through a tome that's thousands upon thousands of years old and as equal many pages. With a quick for the coroner raise of the hand, he motions with a finger.
It has been a while. Come, step in.
I brought you something, Master.
Something unpleasant. I felt it as soon as the portal opened and you stepped in. A moment.
The old lich closes the tome and begins to shuffle down the center of the chamber. What are you three up to?
Cypher's probably is eyeing up the next thing he wants to borrow.
Of course you are.
Dorian is he's interested in this because the Doctori, he sees them as like an actual like impediment to his progress here and everything. So he's actually vested in this. So he's got the jar and he's going to get the tip of the mask in one hand like ready. So when the coroner wants to see it, he can just kind of like heft it out and show it like a deranged parasitic ice cream cone.
The coroner will look at you though, Dorian. His taut skin on the skull beneath twisting into some what you believe to be an inquisitive look.
Surprised that you are still hawking amongst us. Dare say our mutual acquaintance is not fully aware of your revival.
Then there's no reason to change that right now, is there? We can leave it as a fun surprise.
It is, I believe the term, your funeral. So be it. What have you brought me today?
I look towards you, Reza. What are you up to?
So Reza is...
This is like, I think the first time she's been back in his chamber since she like became a fully fledged magician / wizard. So she's kind of like reevaluating the room and everything in it and the coroner himself with those newly awakened senses to see if anything she gets a different vibe or gleans more information than she's had before. So she's just kind of like being cautiously curious. Okay.
Yeah, roll me an insight check.
This is where I get a 2.
Or you could crit. Or you could crit, that's fine. What do you want to know, Reza? Anything in particular?
can she tell if can she discern, and I'm okay if this is the only question I can ask, can she discern how the coroner's obelisk and like how it's all been connected to the city below?
So with your heightened sense, not only in the magical arts, but also that of evolving, I guess, into a more pure-blooded vampire, you can indeed feel that the obelisk is very familiar to things you've seen in the past in the city below. To a point where the magic's emanating from the obelisk in the coroner's chamber almost echoes a certain central point that you've seen once before everything went black.
Is she able to get a sense at all that he might have been responsible for the construction of that one as well?
With a crit, putting 2 and 2 together, there's a pretty good chance.
All right. Reza is connecting some dots, as is Kelly. So she's just kind of like watching and absorbing during this interlude.
So with his eyes scanning back towards you, Dorian, and then to this urn in front of him.
This thing you have brought into here. One of many. A collection of minds. Why have you brought it to me?
We wanted more information. And you are the best source of information in the city.
He waves a hand at you, Cypher, that upwards motion of his fingers to reveal.
And there's more of them. And we want to know how to kill them. Quickly.
When they're in the host.
Yes. We know they don't like silver. Oh, the coroner's rolling, guys.
A 40 Arcana? What the fuck?
The coroner shuffles over to the urn, looks down at this mollusk ice cream that Dorian's presented him.
Offspring of the... what is it called itself? The Great One. Great Old One. An aberrant creature. Yeah. I wondered when these things would make their way here.
Yes, well, it seems like they've embedded themselves with the Doctore.
Doctore. Ones who were... what was the object they were seeking?
The coroner the coroner turns away for a moment, clicking his fingers ever so slightly, and then as you mention the anti-magic orb, he points a finger, crooked as it may be, towards you.
Yes, that was it. They were the ones hunting for the orb. makes sense.
So these creatures are magical in nature?
No, no.
And he points this dead parasitic organism.
No, they...
Clicks a finger over towards the bookshelf.
7th shelf. 4th cabinet. 19th tome in.
Type of someone's helpful shit to grab the book for him.
As the book's brought over by your shade, it's an old tome of notable events of the Barak Empire, history.
Page 469.
Nice.
As you flick through the shade flick through the tome, it settles on a small... This tome's not a nicely written tome. This appears to be various pieces of parchment that have been stuck to other pieces of parchment, or old pieces of notes, diaries. It's a mishmash of old events from people across potentially hundreds, thousands of years.
The shit diary.
It's a shit diary of multiple people and multiple events, but on that page that you turn to, there's 3 separate old pieces of parchment that have been attached. In fact, let's
see if we can read it.
See if you can read it. Yeah, that sounds to me like a I don't know. I'm gonna say probably history. Yeah. Roll me a history check.
23.
It's a very, very old form of common. But with you having traipsed through the coroner's library many times, you get a rough translation of it. And it seems to be that there was a creature that's revered as the Great One from the Bay, along with ties to someone called Countess Annalita von Reiser.
Annalisa von Reiser.
Do you say that aloud?
Yeah, Cypher's like, he's reading through it and then translating it as he reads it.
Okay. Did you say Van Ryzen?
Yes. Yeah, why?
The leader of the doctorate at the governor's office was Dr. Juran Van Ryzen.
This says actually von Reiser. But
Close enough.
It can't be a coincidence that they're that close.
Yes, generations and generations of inbreeding sure to change the name a bit.
You said von Reiser out loud, is that correct?
Yeah.
The coroner seems to scoff for a moment.
Old name. Vampire Countess. Not heard that name in long time.
Vampire counters from where?
Dorian, roll me a history check.
Yeah, no, Dorian's just having like a moment of like, he's expecting the coroner to like pull an Obi-Wan and be like, I've not heard that name in some time. That's his name, like, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick question.
fire
What
away.
was the relationship between the Great One from the Bay and Leader von Ryzen? I missed it while I was taking notes.
No one knows. There is some tie there, but we don't know why.
Okay.
Dorian, a past memory of Desmond's springs to mind. There's an estate. The name of a Riser estate springs to mind in High Seat.
Wouldn't happen to have been robbed a few years ago, would it?
Coroner looks towards...
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not asking that in character. I'm just
But
being a douche. I'll shut up.
there is an estate by that name also in the High Seat area, but there's no House Riser presently, is there?
Of course not. She's old. Probably one of the oldest of the vampiric. Way before the cataclysm of what happened below.
Interesting.
Not been seen for eons. 1,000 years, maybe more. Made her way across the Barakan. Well, her legacy died. Others under her name, I believe, may have used her estate, but what happens in that pompous district is of no concern of mine.
Understood. This has been most illuminating.
Any further questions or anything you wish to do in the coroner's chambers?
Dorian has the jar, like the urn with the thing in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suppose you're interested in experimenting with this at all? Looking at the coroner.
No.
No, I'll dispose of it outside then. Only thing, you said that this was part of a larger thing. So, you think if this larger thing were to meet its end, that all of its little spawn would die away with it?
Most hive-minded creations typically, yes, slay the brain, and the rest would either fall to feralness or just cease to be.
Well, I suppose we'll have to find a way to kill the god of barnacles then.
Hold on. There's a slight scoff, the hint of a amused uptick at the side of the coroner's mouth. Imperceptible to most, but it's there. And he just offers a single slow nod towards you, Dorian.
I'll have to go up to the docks and see if there are any other people that scrape off the side of the boats that are available for an evening. And Dorian will turn and he'll start He'll bow to the coroner. I'll see myself out, and he'll basically walk back out and give Cypher a moment with the coroner if he needs it.
Yeah, go on, Reza.
No, what were you gonna say?
No, I've got a question for the coroner. Don't worry. You go ahead.
Oh, Reza's going to say, do you have any information on how these things affect their host and how to kill them? We asked about that, didn't we?
The only thing I may know of them is that if they are the spawn of the Great One of the Bay, then be mindful of the pox that follows. Supposedly, wherever these things are found, the weeping pox is not far behind. And if you're looking into the Von Reiser story, then I dare say the Filth Grazer is the next point of call to look into. Alas, I have no information on those things. A little from my purview it is.
Right. Okay. Then was that like a location name? He said. I heard Filth Glazer.
The Filth Grazer.
Filth Grazer. Do I know what that is?
No.
Grazes, filth.
It grazes on filth. This is something that. Roll me an insight check, Reza. So if this ties into the Von Reiser house, this is not a name that's overly familiar to anyone. You know there is or at least Dorian knows there is a Reiser estate in High Seat. The coroner has said that Annalita von Reiser is a vampire countess from hundreds, thousands of years ago. This is before the Crimson Court came into being. So along those lines, somehow this Annalita von Reiser and the Filth Grazer are tied together from 1,000 years ago. No one knows.
Any hints about this Filth Grazer? I've never heard of that before in my life. Oh.
I know little either. Some tales from the barrack. Find someone who cares what happens over the Spire Mountains for that.
Right. Thank you, Master. I will. She looks over at Cypher and says, "Well, I guess I'll head back and leave you to it if you've business to discuss."
I'll be right with you. And he's just going to wait for everybody to leave and then turn back to the car and he goes, "I have a problem."
A problem?
Yes, it would seem I've already outgrown my own obelisk.
Go on.
Yes, I damaged the one I created, most unexpectedly. And now I need a replacement.
I will come visit. Yes. Must see with my own eyes. Extent of the damage. Location. I will be there soon.
Go on.
Very well, Master. How soon?
Soon as I have finished scribing pages of 792 all the way through 800 with these runes.
Insight.
Okay.
I'll see you 3 weeks from next Wednesday.
Second Friday of next week.
That's another one.
Yeah, it's yes is the answer to that question, Cypher.
Yeah, depends on what type of rune, what's he fucking...
Yeah. It's
okay.
He'll be there at some point. Just
One last-
yeah,
go on,
Go
Reza.
ahead, sorry.
go on.
Nope, Cypher.
Cypher will just bow and you go, thank you, Master. Till then.
It doesn't respond. There's a brief dismissive wave of the hand as the coroner turns and begins to shuffle back towards the lectern at the far end of the room. A couple of scrolls, along with a quill, float in. Hey, Ock, how you doing, buddy? So with that, you depart the coroner's sanctum back into the central chamber of the society where Dorian stood with his urn, his parasitic urn, and Reza.
I just wanted to ask, do we, like, colloquially know, we know what the weeping pox is? Is it like the chicken pox for us? Like, does everybody know what the weeping pox is?
No, I think that we should know what the weeping pox is. Honestly, it's like the Black Plague.
Okay,
Like,
that's what I was wondering. Like, do we know what that is, or is it something that hasn't been seen in thousands of years?
It's like smallpox, but heinous.
Okay.
So, allow me to quickly read this through you all. This is from my side of the DM. I will give you the flavour of the weeping pox and then its potential effects. So, the weeping pox originated in a once prosperous city-state of Lysec, where it suddenly appeared under mysterious circumstances. The weeping pox is by far the worst disease ever released on Etheris. It has spread quickly through Etheris despite the attempts of the Barak Empire to contain it in Lysec. Nearly all who contract the disease die shortly after. Most people succumb to the pox in a few days, whilst the most resilient may hold on for almost 2 weeks. The weeping pox is transmitted between humanoids both by close contact and as an airborne virus. Known to the Morbus Doctore and only a select few others, the cure to the pox is a closely guarded secret. Now, the Doctore part is not something known to the vast majority of people, but above board, I will say that it seems to be they're the only ones who openly have the cure for it. As for the effects of the weeping pox, on the first day, at first, a sick person will be subjected to a fever causing sharpened senses, overexcitement, and a sense of well-being. On the second day and onwards, symptoms will quickly transition to delirium, burning fever, insatiable thirst, oozing lesions that give illness its name, and this continues over the span of hours to the point where this weeping pox eventually takes their life. Mechanically, if you get the weeping pox, on day 1 you have advantage on initiative. You get an additional 1d4 for all strength, dexterity, and wisdom saving throws, which is awesome. Day 2 and onwards, though. The dawn of each new day, the infected must make a DC 16 Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature's Constitution score is reduced by 1d4. And upon reaching 0 Constitution, the creature dies. The
Do you have to be alive to get this?
Who knows? That's not something that has been tested or All I will say with that crit roll of an insight that you, in fact, no, don't give it you. Let's find out. So, that's medicine. Medicine, insight. Do you know? Cypher, Dorian, Reza? Maybe a roll.
Why did you pull me into this? Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. There is some ties somewhere, and with the conversation with the coroner, through the triangle of conspiracy and thoughts. Van Ryzen, a vampire. Filth Grazer, the Weeping Pox. The Countess, this ancient vampire, has not been seen. You know very little about her, perhaps due to the Filth Grazer, which is at the same time the Weeping Pox became a thing. That's your information.
Does Reza get that even though I failed?
It was an overall thing. I'll let you have it since it was a general consensus of an average. So yes.
Okay.
Well, I think more extreme measures may be needed for this.
Given the circumstances, I am inclined to agree.
Let's get back and see if Vanya can add in. We need to meet immediately, and it's very, very important.
Yes.
Right, let's go.
And we should probably burn that Dorian.
Oh yes, I'm ahead of you on that one.
Oh, wonderful.
All right. So, with the three of you making your way back to this sad, dilapidated, dried husk of a tree in the corner of the Society's main hall, the crackling of old bark peels back to reveal the portal. Stepping through, your senses are assaulted by the usual green-hued flicker of light before eventually you find yourself back in the Thorn Room and the Undercroft. And it's there, before anything else happens, we will have our last break of the evening.
Oh.
I wasn't expecting you guys to go and see the coroner.
Why not?
I had to do so. When you were like, oh, we're going to go see the coroner. For those who were probably watching the stream would see like my screen just lit up with with documents. I'm like, oh shit. Where's those notes? Where's the old law that I wrote? All right. Yeah, we'll be right back in a few moments after we have a refill and nip to the loo.
Yeah, and keep in mind, chat, all of the fucked upness came straight out of this man's head.
And
it's amazing.
But before...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Dorian.
This is making me, like, think back a ways, like, when we had the whole thing with the Outcast, and it makes me, like, somehow like really glad I didn't go another way with things.
Oh dear.
It just makes me really glad.
Good. Yeah, good. So before I dash to refill my sparkling water, Rayvon, thank you for gifting a sub to Ock. It is appreciated. And Ock, good to see you again, my dude. It's been a while. I hope things are going good. We do need to catch up at some points. And Callie, thank you for gifting Bear 420. Blazed it. A gift sub. Welcome in, Bear. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm going to go and grab a drink. I will be but a moment. So many twists and turns. I mean, it's all time back. It's all time back to like 70 episodes ago.
Yes, 70 episodes. And then we finally bring it all crashing to a close.
70 episodes. Prologue over.
I don't know. Part of what I'm thinking now is like, we ought to give the Vulpescu like Bloodworks guys the broke ass Doctoria flamethrower. Just like, cause we're gonna need these in mass soon.
Yeah. We've still got one.
I don't know.
Should be, right?
I think we used it to incriminate the Doctoria in the city fire.
Oh shit! Yeah.
But would have been a good idea.
Could you go back to that antiquities guy, and would he have something?
I mean, he's got a lot of stuff, but he's got like basically arcane knickknacks. I don't think he's got. I don't think he's got a freaking flamethrower.
It's more magical stuff than technical in the old magical swap meet.
Yeah. Also.
Oh, I'm back.
Brace.
Damn it. Rayvon, thank you for the bits. Scott, thanks for the gift. You didn't have to do that. Goddamn. Valorant, thank you for the gift. So.
All right, I'm gonna call him out. Okay. Gifted us up. This is firing into the crowd. Gifted tier 1 sub to Zeracon and Naz. You fucking traitors.
Wow. Wow. I don't know why I'm thanking Valorant, because, it's, they've got enough money.
Listen, Riot has so much money to throw around. That's fine. They're just a bonus. They're gravy.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you, Riot Games, for the extra sub. And thank you, Durs. Is that another choo-choo? God damn it. Take the corporate cash. I mean, it's very cyberpunk. I'll happily take it.
Take the eddies and run.
Take the eddies and run. But hopefully, again, stepping back from the in-character stuff, things are starting to make a little bit of sense with the Doctorae. Why they wanted something, who got something, and from where that something was got from. Way back at the very start of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Circles within circles, guys.
Did anyone notice the GIF I put in the chat of
yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Fucking Griffith.
All right. So, with that said, again, everyone, thank you for the support. It is appreciated. The money goes into making this stuff and doing more of it. So, thank you kindly. Garrett,
Yes,
are you in the Thorn Room?
I am.
What does, for that matter, Reza, Dorian, and Cypher see as they step out of the portal in Elias back into the Thorn Room?
I see some smoke as a small smelter is gurgling away with some liquid silver in. Which has been made into, firstly, silver arrowheads.
Okay.
That's being tipped out into a little mold, and I'm making half a dozen arrowheads and half a dozen crossbow bolt heads.
Well, in fact, let's find out exactly how many you made. Roll me a quick. Just go with your, your multi-tool thing, your alchemist supplies or whatever you've got.
Tinker's tools.
Tinker's tools, that's the one. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Are you muted?
Me? No. I don't believe so.
No, he's fine.
No?
I can hear him.
Yeah.
It was me.
You muted me.
Of course, it was you.
Okay.
No, it was the delay of the stream. I saw you talking and didn't hear it in my headset, and I'm like, oh, is he
can't-
muted again?
I can't believe you've done this. All right. I'm going to say, Garrett, you make 15 of each, or 15 of whatever you're up to with in regards to arrowheads, bolt heads, balls, perhaps.
Yep. An assortment of ranged goodies. And while I've been waiting for the silver to melt, I've been sketching a little design to add to Desmond's gauntlet. A little flick out switch on the side.
Okay, Wolverine, calm down.
It's like it, but no. That on the palm of his hand and his fingers, some little short spikes come out. So if he was to grip something, say, leather and fleshy, the points would go through the leather and into the flesh beneath.
Roll me another Tinker's Tools check. 18. All right, I'm going to say that for the first grapple Dorian makes, because that was a low roll, even though it was high, it was still a low roll for you. For the first grapple Dorian makes, he can do a grapple with advantage.
Yeah, that would
before they break.
Is that for the gauntlets of strength?
No. If you do gauntlets, you wear. I haven't made them yet, but I'm going to
Okay.
Just add to your current gauntlets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just, admittedly, just very confused. So yeah, no, I'm good. Thank you.
So basically, what it will when he's finished with them, it will allow the next grapple check you ever make, you can do it at advantage. After that, the metal would break, but
Understood.
Basically, so if you were to grab one of the face masks, the little silver points would go through the leather and into the flesh underneath and give them all the silver agony that they could get.
Give them a little tickle. I understand.
Yeah. I thought Desmond would appreciate that. Not Desmond, Dorian.
Dorian.
Yeah, it's fine. I remember too.
He's still here in our hearts and minds and door.
And door,
Sometimes it's almost like I can hear him.
Sorry, I've derailed you. Go on, carry on.
And then for myself, Cypher, and Vanya, I'm just gonna get hold of some silver daggers,
Okay.
just so we've all got something silvery we can employ should we need it.
Okay. I will remind me at the end of the session to make the silver ammunition and the silver daggers for you, and I'll put them in your inventory. All right.
Cool.
So, yeah, with that, that's what you've been up to. So before this conversation kicks off, I'm gonna, if that's you done, Garrett, with what you've been up to, and what they see when they return.
Yeah, that's me.
Yep. Vanya, what have you been up to in this little brief downtime with the rest visiting the society?
Well, she spent the entire time writing the letter, and it's about 30 pages long, and she's gonna come busting through the door, shuffling the papers.
All right, so you burst, Elias's branches pull back just in time as you burst into the room. You see Garrett huddled over a small forge just as Reza, Dorian, and Cypher step out of the portal from Elias into the throne room. What do you do, Vanya?
Oh, I'm glad you guys are back. Who wants to proofread this?
Change of plans, actually, Vanya. Could you just send a short, concise message to say we need to meet?
Could I just put a cover page on it, like an executive summary?
You could. That would be fantastic. It's just we have learned some bits of information have come to light, and more drastic measures may be needed.
Is that what you want me to put down?
Yes.
More things have come to light. She's scribbling down. To light. Drastic measures.
Possible weeping pox outbreak imminent in Dirktown.
Possible weeping pox. Dirktown. Anything else? Meet now.
What was the name again, Dorian? Fuck.
The Von Ryza? Is that the name you're looking for?
Yes, Von Ryza may be involved.
Maybe involved.
They might know something about. Yeah. Pardon me, but I think that they might know something about the source of it.
Know something about the source of it. Anything else?
We can discuss more when we meet.
So,
Yeah.
do we need a meeting time on here and a place?
No, just tell her to send word of a meeting. Time and location.
Send word of a meeting time and location. And then I am going to end it with, please enjoy this detailed summary of our prior events. Love, Vanya. Oh, no, no, no. With unwavering determination, Vanya.
That's
Oh,
that's actually
do
pretty
you-
good.
do you do you guys all want to sign it as well?
Just put Vanya and members of the Folly.
Mm,
I like
yes.
it.
While you're doing this, I need to go dispose of some garbage.
So Vanya's gonna, do her signature and all of that, package it up, and go send it.
Okay. Sending. How are you sending it?
Well, she's gonna have to go outside, of course. Don't want it running into any walls or and breaking. So she's gonna go outside and kind of cast it up and kind of do a little enchantment of where it needs to go.
So just as a, I do believe you have something to click for that.
Yes, let me see.
I believe it is create enchanted scroll.
Create enchanted scroll. Let me see. Is that in my inventory?
It should be in spells.
That list, giant list of spells that you have.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, yes.
If you've got your character sheet open, it's your very first spell on the list.
Well, that's why I was already in the middle.
There we go.
Just above the make someone throw themselves out a window button.
She hasn't used that one in a while. She's due.
So
You guys just name someone important, and she'll do it.
So you step outside, Vanya. Before this, you go and throw the scroll into the air for it to shoot off. Dory, you said you were getting rid of the parasite.
Yes.
Are you
Dorian's entire...
Go on.
Exactly what he is doing is he's going up through the kitchen, grabbing a mug of ale. He's going to go in the urn. He's going to pour a flask of oil and firebolt into it and watch it burn like a dumpster fire outside, making sure, sipping his ale while just watching it burn to make sure it's done.
Vanya, Dorian, you both make your way outside. Vanya, you through the entrance to the Shadowed Circle. Dorian, you through the Folly. Can you both roll me a perception check, please?
I can try.
Okay.
Perception.
Vanya, you step outside, scroll in hand, cast it up high into the air and watch as it shoots off in a northeasterly direction. Who did you name the contact to be?
Wasn't it Velpescu?
No, Dame Corday.
Dame Cordell.
Okay.
Corday.
It's what
Cordia.
Cordia, Cordell, blah, blah.
So
You didn't do your homework.
So it shoots off in the direction of the Magister District and Dame Cordia, the loyal subject to House Vulpescu. And with your work done, you clap your hands together, feeling rather proud and happy with yourself, and head back inside, down the long tunnel that separates the Shadowed Circle from its entrance. Dorian,
Yes.
you sit watching the bubbling, burning, pork-smelling parasite burn in its urn, sipping the last of your ale before making your way back into the Folly. Things seem a little bit brighter tonight, but oh well. Job done.
Seems a little bit brighter. Is he looks up because like the Folly is kind of in the middle of the district,
Mm-hmm.
but he's just gonna like look up and see if there's anything strange like stars in the sky or just.
No, it's still cloudy. It's just that the clouds overhead have got a slight orange tinge to them.
Well, and he'll head back inside.
So,
Ignoring the ominous portent.
I do have a question.
Go on.
About how long has it been since, we've left the whole Doctori scene?
not too long. I mean, you got back at 5 a.m. You then separated out off to the coroners, so by now it's probably 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. Never mind then.
And obviously, morning is subjective in Nova Story and then City of Eternal Light. But yeah, it's you've had a full day of it.
Okay, so it's already been like another. It's not like we had gotten done at 5 a.m. It's like 7 a.m. now.
Yeah.
Or is it the next day?
No, it's not the next day. Yeah, it's. I mean, it is.
It is, but you haven't slept.
You haven't slept yet. You've not had a rest yet.
Okay.
You've been going.
But has it been over 12? So it's been over. It's almost 12 hours.
She wants to know if her toad is back.
Yeah, I want to So and I wanted to kind of time that because she's not gonna be.
It's not been 12 hours since you dropped the toad.
Few more hours there, right?
Yeah, you went there early hours in the morning at like midnight, 1 a.m. if I remember rightly. Or a little earlier than that. So yeah, not yet. You've got another sort of 2 hours before your toad would start making its way back.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, Reza is once they're back, she's got a lot going through her head right now. She's a lot of thoughts, lots of things going on. She is going to take this opportunity to put on her grubbier outer layer of clothes and go walk around and rumor farm from the early morning vendors in Market Row, as she's wont to do on occasion, just to make sure everything in lower streets and Market Row is going well, if there's anything that needs the Folly's attention, information that might not end up in the administrative offices for Dorian to see. So she's gonna go out and do one of these strolls, might be out for an hour or two.
Okay. We'll find out about that shortly. Anybody else doing anything at the moment with all of after this whole charade bombshell that's been dropped? It's going to take at least 20 or 30 minutes for the message to reach Dame Cordia. Is anyone doing anything whilst this message is being... It's currently in the air flying over towards Dame Cordia.
I would say Vanya has probably visited Garrett in trying to convince him to make her a silver headband because she wants it to be stylish, but also in case like the mask somehow gets put on her face, she wants it to not stick to her because she has the headband on.
That's brilliant. Uh-huh.
We could always just pierce your eyebrow and put a silver piercing in.
No, I think a headband would be more my style.
You know what? Leave it with me.
You're going to be a princess with a tiara. Oh. All right. So, with that being left to Garrett, Reza, you're out scoping for rumors. Cypher?
Nah, Cypher's just gonna go. Actually, he's just gonna go linger around Garrett, read to him, maybe do a little bit of translation while he waits.
All right. Dorian, anything else you wish to do after burning the parasite?
He is going to go into the folly,
Mm-hmm.
go up to his room, and he's going to sleep as long as he can, because unfortunately he does need rest in his present state, so he's going to sleep.
So you're gonna try and go in for a short rest, are you? All right.
Pretty much.
Obviously,
If it gets interrupted, so be it.
obviously, I'm
wisdom.
not going to give you the short rest.
I mean, that's fine. Like, he
At the
doesn't
moment.
actually need a short rest. He just needs to sleep because, you know, like, exhaustion is a thing. They've been going at it a while. He's going to get a nap in.
Yeah. So, with that, this is a little earlier than I was originally anticipating, but I think now would be a good time to do this. Bear with me, but a second. Elsewhere, in the city of Novostoya, we find ourselves in the Coinflow district. It's black for a reason. Just have to wait.
Okay.
Here, in Coinflow, there's a group of roughly 36 of the Merchant Guard. I'll give us something to look at, because this certainly doesn't look good. At the head of these 36 guardsmen is a man by the name of Talim Kassar, one of the Merchant Guild's squad leaders. A man who has spent years working for the Merchant Guild. Typically, rather than policing, he is more of their militant arm. With these 36 soldiers behind him, a scribe from the Merchant Guild to his right, he begins to make his way down from the Merchant Guild headquarters towards the warehouse. He turns to the scribe with a arched brow. So, what, we're just evicting a few people? Why so many of us have been thrown together to do what's basically just an ordinary task? The scribe begins to look through their tome in front of them. Oh, bear with me. I've lost my portrait. Professional DM, yo. That'll do. Well, I'm not entirely certain, but we were warned that there is a chance that a few of the individuals holding this warehouse are trained. Troublesome, so... Troublesome? There's over 30 of my men behind us. If they're troublesome, then... Alright, well, I dare say we should probably take this a little more seriously than... Alright. He looks behind him at the men and women of the Merchant Guard. They round a corner, and in front of them stands this oldish building, an old warehouse that's been converted into the front of a store. The guards begin to, in formation, separate into groups of 5 or 6 soldiers. 2 groups making their way to the front of the shop, another one towards the back as the man begins to rap heavily on the door. With a billowing voice, "On behalf of the Merchant Guild, the Merchant Guard are here to evict all tenants, and your business has now been forfeit. You want to vacate the premises immediately, else face further trials, fines, perhaps at worst, public flagellation." There is no response from behind the door, apart from the ruffling and clattering of weapons, before a single voice rings out.
"It seems we have been unmade. So be it. Let the district burn."
An explosion ripples out from the front of the building, knocking the guard captain down, along with his scribe, several other individuals milling around the street, and out of the flames from the front of this warehouse steps a creature roughly 8-9 feet tall, tendrils and tentacles hanging out from both of its throats, the back of its head, various orifices. The mask, bird-like in nature, hangs down. Several tendrils and teeth seem to protrude from the bottom of it as this brute of a monstrosity steps out into coin flow. It's not alone. A second, followed by a third, steps out. The guard captain quickly begins to bark orders from his prone position on the ground, his armor battered and bruised by pieces of brick and wood that's hit him in the ensuing explosion.
"Swords! Shields! Shield line! The fuck is that?"
Screams, passers-by, echo around the streets of Coinflow. From behind these 3 monstrosities, several more individuals from the Morbus Doctore emerge with alchemical fire in hand as they begin to throw potions over the gathered guards onto buildings. Who knows how this unfolds? Who knows? But the skies are alight with the orange glow of burning buildings from Coinflow. In lower streets, though, Reza, well, it's business as usual.
She doesn't notice an orange glow to the sky to the north.
Yeah, you notice the orange glow, but no one's talking about it. There's no sense of urgency. It's just an orange glow from the Coinflow district at the moment.
As someone who has burnt half a district down before, would I recognize the potential ominous nature of this glow?
Something's on fire in Coinflow. It's not a raging fire. It's not the district burning down, but it's there is a fire in Coinflow. Unusual, absolutely.
But it's just our warehouse burning down. No big deal.
roll me a. Let's have a look. Just roll me a perception check.
Okay. Would that cover smell as well?
Sure.
Another stellar roll.
Does that give you anything to that roll?
No, I was just thinking if she could smell, because you said that they were throwing alchemical fire onto the buildings. If she caught any hint in the wind or anything like that of it smelling different than the fire that happened in Market Row.
There would be a slight whiff of burnt wood and fire in the air, but considering you are... Ooh, let's find out. About 1,700 or so feet away. Being able to pick out the differences in alchemical fire and normal fire, no. But you would...
It's not something she'd be looking for.
Correct,
so.
yeah. But even so, there would be a few villagers, market traders, vendors who would point into the sky. Look at that! Oh, looks like someone fucked up in going flow. Hey, it's rare for you to see that it's fired. I mean, especially something of that nature. Reminds me, there was a boom about half an hour ago. Anyone else hear that? Another vendor shouts out, "Yes, I heard it. Quite the loud racket. A big boom followed by the orange glow. I reckon it's those someone's imported something they shouldn't have done and it blew up. That's my guess." "Oh, what will you know about things blowing up, love? The only thing you blowing up is your bloody skirt. I've seen you down on the old street corner at times. How dare you?" There's a brief altercation as this woman stands up, one trader to another, and she proceeds to beat the ever-living shit out of this guy.
Remember not to kill him.
Oh, don't you worry. He will certainly... I won't kill him, but he'll bloody well remember what he's just said.
Very good. Reza's gonna change course and head to the warehouse where Arabetha is.
Oh. Okay. It's a bit of a jaunt, so whilst you're doing that, anybody else doing anything back in the folly?
I'm finishing off making the arrows.
Yep.
And sketching Vanya's request.
And she's going to be hovering over him while sketching it.
Oh, no, she isn't.
Damn it.
So Cypher will give you a warning. Vanya, don't hover. Analyzed. Oh, never mind.
Vanya, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, no.
It's enough. You, at Cypher's warning, you quickly glance up to the ceiling and see several tendrils, several roots begin to make their way towards you in an attempt to wrap around your arm. You dodge back just as the roots reach your arm level, and giving you the impression that Elias probably won't let you too close to Garrett.
She's just going to message loud and clear. and heads out to her room to go to look through her books and tomes until she feels that she's hit a time where she wants to venture out.
All right.
You should probably get some sleep as well while you. Okay, never mind.
She'll probably nod off a little bit as she's reading.
Okay.
Cypher,
Yes.
could you do me a favor and just give yourself Vanya's head? I need to take some measurements.
Oh, she's already gone. Damn it.
Hmm.
Of course, whatever you need.
It'll only take a minute.
So you will ship change into Vanya's. Just a shrug, though.
So this is Vanya's head on Cypher's body. Nice.
Yeah.
I take a bit of string with some knots in it, wrap around his head, top to bottom, chin to forehead, then distance between the ears, making notes on my piece of paper as I go along. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Now, Elias, could you bring out the stash?
The stash.
The tendrils of Elias coming out from down from the roof, and deposits an enormous chest on the floor. Open it up, it's full of gold coins, silver coins, gems, and pieces of jewellery. And Garrett selects a small handful of jewellery, all silver, pops on his desk. Thanks, Elias. And the stash is then hidden away wherever Elias puts it.
Somewhere in the dirt that no one will be able to dig it.
Yeah. Who knows? It could change on a daily basis where it's kept.
It probably does, yeah.
It's that secure, even I don't know where it is.
What are you doing with this vast array of silverware you've just pilfered from your own stores, Garrett?
Oh, this is I've taken what Vanya wanted. I've taken it a step further. What I've designed something quite unique. I'm just gonna DM you what it is.
Okay, yeah.
Then we'll work out what we're gonna
Absolutely.
do. Bear with.
It's so good, man. Don't worry about it. I'm going to take this moment. Judge, how you doing? How are you? How are you? Emperor. We've been doing a little bit of Imperium Maledictum recently on a Saturday. Warhammer 40k tabletop, which has been good. I will be honest, though, and I'll just take this brief moment. I'm not a pre-made adventure GM.
He's a yeah, but what if DM?
Yeah. So whilst the system's great, the Blazing Seraph, I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's really good, but yeah. Garrett, spot on. I like it. Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Mm-hmm. If you want me to roll anything,
No, I mean, you've got time. This is something you're spending time on to do. You've got the materials. There's no point in rolling to see whether or not it's a success because it's something you are meticulously crafting. So, no, you're good to do it.
Lovely, thank you. I'll wait till it's finished and then I'll explain what it is.
All right, okay.
So, Vanya gets the full surprise.
She
Perfect.
can't wait.
All right, so Garrett, you're in the process of smelting down silver to produce this circlet, a tiara, or sort of a silver headpiece for Vanya.
Yep.
Cypher, you're watching Garrett do this.
Well, I'm there. I'm not really watching. I'm copying one of the coroner's books. I just do it with Garrett, so I'm not alone.
What are you copying? What are you looking into?
Ooh. He is. He's looking at dimensional doors, like the one that is in the throne room. Permanent tunnels. So basic permanent teleporters and
Okay.
and how to craft them using dimensional travel.
Roll me an Arcana check.
$15.
15. So, with that, and you delving through the books, something like Dimension Door, you feel that you could pull it off as is. But the Dimension Door spell itself only typically would go for about 500 feet.
And it's very temporary, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, it's instantaneous. You teleport yourself to a location within 500 or so feet, and you arrive exactly at the spot you desire. It can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction, such as 200 feet straight downward or 300 feet upward to the northwest, 45 degrees. But you can also teleport with you a willing creature. So that's Dimension Door. Is that the sort of spell you're looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's already mastered Dimension Door, but he's looking for something more permanent.
More permanent. In that case, looking through the coroner's notes, a teleportation circle. Spell. That's... Now, hang on a minute, because I have two things with conflicting information. There we go. So, teleportation circle is on the tiers of magic that the scribes tend to classify the use of magic at, would end up in the 5th level. Takes about a minute to cast the spell, and you would draw a 5-foot radius circle on the ground. That would basically create a permanent teleportation circle. As long as you knew the destination, the runes and location of other teleportation circles, you could go there. Requires rare magical inks, which that's not a problem.
Okay.
And along with, well, the usual items for such powerful spells, some sort of fuel, be it material components or, in your case, souls, would also work. And to make a teleportation permanent, you would basically have to cast the spell every day on the same location for a year.
Okay. For a year. Okay. Goes, oh, interesting. I'm going to need a new obelisk.
Is this going to be an obelisk with a teleportation circle in front of it?
Maybe.
Go home. Bloop. All right. Dorian, you're trying to snooze. Are you staying asleep?
So Dorian goes and he's dozing a bit, and as all this is kind of unfolding outside, he's just gets a little bit of sleep, but he's dreaming about just scenes of destruction. Something about the scene from earlier has kind of turned his minds towards it, and he is thinking about just rampant flames, destruction, and then a searing white light at the very end, almost as if something interrupted it. And he'll kind of jolt awake at that point in his dream, just not really sure what to make of it. Just at that point, he's going to go down and get something else to drink from the bar and wander downstairs just to take a little walk around and clear his mind of it.
It's early morning, roughly 8 a.m. by this point. The only person in the folly as you step into the tavern would be Falco, sat at the table scribbling heavily on various tomes, muttering numbers. Incredibly sleep deprived. But as you step in, he'll quickly cast a glance from the desk by the fire, give you a brief wave, a respectful nod of the head. Alright, morning.
Morning. Is he obviously sleep deprived? Like,
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
what are you working on, Falco?
Oh, just trying to keep all of these smaller gangs up from ripping each other's fucking throats out. Nothing that really requires your attention or, that you a lot need to be involved in, but it's just... there's a small group in Polter who are wanting to expand a little bit of business out into lower streets, and then their rivals are bitching about that's their turf. They should have rights to sell it's shit quality ale that they're trying to peddle, but I'm just trying to sort that out so that, we don't start kicking down a few of the stalls in Market Row, because the last thing that I need is any of that to happen. As for down in Pica district, it seems to be going pretty safe, but one of the gangs has started moaning that half of their crew's turning to some fucking happy healer bullshit. And I am trying my best to stay well the fuck away from that.
Well, as far as that goes, I don't see there's much you can do at all. But On the former, back when you were on the streets doing your thing, did you probably did things for yourself and sorted things out? And I must say, I don't find any use in having people who claim to be hard cases and criminals who can't actually fend for themselves. Maybe be a little less concerned unless it really needs to be. After all, I feel like that issue will sort itself out one way or another.
You've got a point. You've got a point. I mean, I'm just trying to make sure that none of this fucking shit brew that's bubbling away below the surface gets into a problem where you lot have to deal with it. Because fucks. Don't want that headache again.
It's inevitable. It's inevitable, Falco. And through conflict, victors emerge, people advance. We have stability, but stability and peace aren't really the same thing.
Can you do me a favor, Dorian? Just, just like a little favor.
What's that?
Just become governor and just sort this whole shite out for me, because bring in the wardens, stomp out the gangs, and, I don't have to worry about it. It's so much easier.
He's gonna, look at Falco and, really look at him and make eye contact with him. And he's gonna say, that is precisely the plan. Good.
Sooner rather than later, because I want to go back to whoring out and, well, no, not so much whoring out, but it's been a little dry recently. Should probably whore myself out. Anyway, look, drinking, booze, money for running this place rather than, having to deal with turds on the street.
Noted. Well, there are things brewing right now, Falco, that you probably don't want to be concerned with. Why don't you just close the book, have a drink, and get some rest for the until this evening at least, when things pick up.
It might not be a bad idea. I've got a few of the old hands running a job for me down in Svinstead, just escorting a few bits. I'm expecting a delivery of new armor for some of the new gang folks. In fact, later today, or is it tomorrow? Probably tomorrow. But you know what? All right, I'll fuck it. I'll take a day of it. Thanks, Dorian.
The only thing I can tell you, Falco, is make sure that if you see anyone wearing those damn beak masks, just steer clear, you and the others.
Aye.
They mean trouble. Trouble you do not want, and probably even worse than normal.
I'll make sure I relay it to... I'm not expecting Shax or a few of the others to get back for a couple of days. I've sent them to Svinstead to do a bit of an errand, but once that delivery's dropped off, I'll see. I'll make sure those who know need to know.
All right, then. And, yeah. So Dorian's just going to give him a nod and start trudging over towards the way down into the Undercroft.
All right. In the Undercroft. Before we find there, as you're making your way down, Vanya, you said you were reading books.
Yes.
What are you reading?
She's studying up on her hag culture.
Oh, okay.
And she stumbled upon something that she was very interested in, and has been practicing creating her own personal hag, hag sigil wheel.
All right, okay. Roll me an Arcana check. It's taken. You may have one failed attempt behind you, but the one you've got now is, in your eyes, perfect. What is it? What's it do? What sort of things are you wanting to do?
So with this, she's gonna have like her own phrase that she puts into the wheel whenever she is doing it. But what she's hoping to do with it is to kind of tie like maybe like spells to objects or mostly to objects and maybe places, which I know she's got some of the wards that she has already, but she wants to be able to place those on objects to create like hag items.
All right.
Is it allowed?
I'm going to say yes, to an extent, depending on what it is. But when that time comes, we'll throw some rolls at it and see what becomes of it. But at the moment, it's a little vague for me to outright say, yeah, that's fine, because the last thing I want is, I imbue this pebble with Ray of Disintegration.
Wish.
Yes, this is a wishing pebble.
You know us so well. No, I completely get that. Like she's just kind of learning the ability and trying to perfect it and coming up with her phrase.
Okay, so you in a more layman's term, you're trying to take how the glyph spell works and add other spells and properties to imbue on an item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think with an Arcana roll of 19, that's you can certainly start to break the back of that research. You begin to delve into it, start understanding the fundamentals behind it, and how you can apply it to your hag wheel. Now, what is this hag wheel you speak of? What's that?
So it's basically kind of like a circle. Where it has like a kind of like a phrase within it, and I think it had said it's a little bit different than what witches have for sigil creation. I think they had said it's like it's a little backwards, and but it's gonna have a phrase in it whenever she puts it on to an object.
Okay.
And do you want to know what her phrase is?
Absolutely.
It's inspire hope, ignite change, build power, impact the world.
Sorry, is that impact the world or peck the world?
No, impact the world.
I thought we were going with the bird theme.
Yeah. She's not going to go, horror around. Yeah.
Okay.
With birds, because apparently she has a bird thing.
All right, Reza, I've not forgot about you, Reza. Sadly, your actions mean I've got to put you towards the back of the queue as such.
That's okay.
Triggered his trap card.
I mean, you shouldn't have told me there was a boom, because that's what told her something was wrong. You did this.
I did. So with that though, is there anything anyone else wishes to do at this present moment in time?
Yes, I'd like to know what Rez is doing.
Yeah. All right.
So I can provide everyone with a little bit of insight into Reza's thought process.
Go for it.
If you're newer to the group and not fully aware of her backstory, she grew up in a blacksmith shop. Her father was a blacksmith. Her brother's a blacksmith. So she knows that booms followed by fire are bad and generally not planned. So she is going to go and talk to Arabetha and say a source close to Coinflow whom she trusts to give her a accurate rundown of what has been happening that morning without going to Coinflow herself just yet.
Okay. So, with that said then, Reza, you begin to make your way through lower streets, dipping through the alleys, eventually emerging onto the main trade road that leads from the warehouses into Coinflow. As you make your way closer to the lower streets warehouses, the glow over the walls to Coinflow would immediately insinuate that there is a bit of an uncontrolled fire occurring. As you begin to get closer, your enhanced hearing would begin to hear the terrored screams of Coinflow inhabitants. The sounds of occasional swords clattering, steel on steel. I need you to roll me a perception check, please. As
Okay.
well as a stealth check. Okay. Stealth's good. Stealth's good. Perception, not so much. You would notice, though, that there is a almost oppressive atmosphere here in the warehouse compound. The usual hustle and bustle this early in the morning isn't there. It's then you notice further down the way, coming from a warehouse, not sure who it belongs to, you've had no dealings with it in the past, but from out of the door, black-robed, white-masked individuals begin to make their way out.
And this is on the
Lower street side.
lower street side of the canal? And you said they were black-robed,
White masks. They are Doctore. Through and through. From there, they begin to split up. Each of them heading towards the entrance of various warehouses. From the furthest along, you see one of the Doctore break the lock on the door, open the door, reach for something on their belt pouch, and throw what appears to be a potion into the building. From across the other side of the street, another Doctore does the same, breaks the lock, kicks open the warehouse doors, throws a potion in. A third. Fourth. At this point, 8, 9 members of the Doctore emerge from the same warehouse building at the far end of the warehouse district in lower streets and begin to make their way up. Each one breaking open doors of warehouses and throwing in a vial.
Reza's going to turn around and head for the Opal Gate.
Alright. You weren't spotted. You set off briskly in the direction of the Opal Gate, making your way past a few of the tighter alleys before arriving at the main stretch of road that leads from lower streets to Coin Flow. There, in front of you, the large closed gate, the guardhouse, that Opal Gate that leads into the East Commons district.
She's reached a hand while she's been walking into her bag of holding and has taken out her Volpescu pin, and it's prominently displayed on her cloak. Are there any guardsmen visible at the gate?
There would be, yep, there would definitely be some wardens situated around the gate. In the lower streets part, they wouldn't be on the street level. They'd be in the guard towers and looking down from the parapets above the gate. You just hear this cry of, "Can we help you at all? Or do you want to get spiked like the rest of them? Go on, fuck off." Can't see the pin at that distance.
In the name of Dame Cordeia, your commanding officer will come and speak with me now.
Oh, smart. Damn it, where's my gate scene?
I'm sorry I'm making you work.
I know. God damn it. I had a... It's not... I searched for a gate and it's not there. Where is it? In the city. Oh, no, I changed fucking Foundry since then, didn't I? We're sticking with this for now. Alright.
That works.
As the warden from the gate seems to strain for a moment as he leans over to look down at you. Dame Cordeia, how's Volpescu? Roll me a persuasion check, please.
Yeah.
No offense, love, but what? Really? Fucking lower street scum. Go on, piss off.
How high is the parapet?
Wall's probably 25 feet high.
Oh no, well, I know what's gonna happen.
I need to check something. Please hold. What do I want to do to this man? Ah, there it is. I'll throw this up.
Alright, cool. First time using it. Excellent. Alright.
Yep. So Reza steps back, looks the man in the eye, makes her cloak billow out dramatically, and then says, thumb under the pin on her cloak that is billowing, holding it up for him so it catches the light.
Mm-hmm.
I encourage you to rethink your response. This is a matter of money, and I have no time to waste.
Open the gate. Let her in.
Close the gate.
Find the watch captain. If you're lying, you'll be hanging from this gate. With a clink of metal, chainmail, and plate, the warden stomps off from the parapet above. The gates are opened. The heavy clink of iron chain rings out across the street as you're permitted entry into East Commons District.
She walks in, cloak still billowing, and waits expectantly.
Okay. It's not the quickest. It takes a good few minutes before eventually an armored man approaches, immediately sees the pin on your shoulder, pin to your chest, removes his helmet, looks to the other warden with a deep scowl. And all you would hear is this muttering of,
You fucking imbecile. You'll hang for this. My lady. What do we owe the
Captain.
pleasure?
I appreciate your prompt response, Captain. I wish to inquire of the guard why there are men burning down my warehouses.
He looks towards the other warden. I apologise, my lady, but I, too, am just been made aware of this situation. The other warden turns round. Sir, there's no fire, nothing that I've seen. There's no... Apart from the glow in the coin flow, but... Well, that's Merchant Guild territory. I'm sure they can put a fire out.
Can you not hear the screams and the clash of steel?
There is a brief pause where the two wardens quieten down and strain to listen. Guard captain nods. Aye. Vaguely. Why? What's, So at that moment, a roar erupts. One from Coinflow. Boom, a second, this time closer. The sky behind you, Reza, glows orange for a moment as one of the warehouses in lower streets behind you, roughly 100 or so, 200 feet, sends wood planks high into the air that begins to rain down. Immediately the wardens, those on the wall at least, raise their shields. One of them shouts down, Captain! Explosion in the warehouses! The guard captain looks towards you, Reza, dons his helmet.
Contain it. Men wearing black cloaks with white masks. If you see them, kill them on sight.
It will be done, milady.
Very good. I must continue on with my alert. And she dramatically billows away and makes sure she isn't followed and heads fucking back to the father to be like, oh, fuck.
You would notice as you begin to dart away from the gate, Reza, that whilst the walls are manned, it's not as if 20 or 30 wardens storm out. There is at least 6, along with the guard captain, who leave the gate and begin to head towards the lower street warehouses. There's easily then still 4, 6 other wardens who maintain and guard the gate as per protocol.
You just reminded me of something I wanted you before.
So what's that?
She turns her head back over her shoulder as she's leaving and she says, spread the word, every gate, every garrison. This is not the only one. No district is safe.
Understood, milady.
And then she billows off dramatically. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. You begin to make your way through lower streets back towards the Folly. Another explosion from lower streets warehouses kicks up a dust cloud. Now, not only is coin flow starting to burn, but with a quick glimpse over your shoulder, Reza, there are flames in the lower streets warehouses too. And on top of that, for a brief moment, in fact, roll me a perception check. There seems to be a slight greenish-hued haze also starting to rise from one of the buildings behind you as you make your escape.
Okay.
Foot to cobble. You burst through the side entrance to the shadowed circle, bolt down the hallway into the shadowed circle itself. What do you do? Anything you shout?
No. Thorn room.
Alright, with a kick of the door into the undercroft, you head to the thorn room. Elias's branch pulled back. What do you say?
She walks in, shuts the door. Is it just Cypher and Garrett?
You lot tell me.
I don't know. Go on.
Because Vanya went back to her room to read.
Dorian's
went off to
awake.
sleep.
Dorian's awake. He was talking to Farco.
Yeah.
Did you come down afterwards, Dorian?
He did. He's not in the thorn room though. He's walking the halls of the Undercroft with an ale, just pondering things.
As Reza bursts through, storming, you just see at the end of the hallway, Dorian, Reza storm into the thorn room.
He's just gonna doesn't realize the import of what's going on, so he's just gonna walk that way, kind of like at a leisurely stroll.
Reza looks at Cypher and Garrett, and she is somewhat in a state at this point, and you guys have never seen her in a state. And she just says, the Doctoria are making them move. Coin flow's burning. Warehouses are burning in lower streets. We need to prepare ourselves.
Oh,
Outside is in Druidic. Then reaches under his work desk, pulls out a small, and I mean small, bundle of silver-tipped arrows, the first of the batch that he's managed to finish, and just tosses them to Reza.
She catches them out of the air and with a nod.
This will have to do for Vanya, and I've finished the last of the joins on the thing that I'm making for her.
One more thing. There was a greenish hue to some of the fires. I don't know what it is, but I think we should be prepared for some sort of chemical or respiratory issue as well. If you have to breathe, of course.
Yes. The best I have would be a damp cloth across the face.
Wonderful. I'll go get Scarn. Shall I drop him somewhere? Or do you want him with us?
With us. I alerted the guard at one of the gates. Leveraging this, and she taps the pin on her chest. Hopefully, they realize this is not just a coin flow issue or a lower streets issue. But
Yes, rouse all of our guards, all of the gangs, put them to keeping our areas as safe as possible. Warn them about the masked individuals.
black robes, white masks.
Elias, get Vanya and Dorian for me, please.
Dorian, from the corridor, a vine would protrude down from the ceiling and start ushering you into the room. Below Vanya, whilst Elias can't reach that low, you would, to start with, just hear some knocking. Like a piece of wood being slapped against metal or stone. First it's rhythmic, and then it just starts to get downright irritating and loud. And you are aware this is Elias trying to get your attention.
I'm gonna get him a bell.
She'll just kind of and put her papers and her books down and just kind of meander on up there.
Alright. Doesn't take long for Vanya to make her way in. Dorian's there. What's happening?
Reza, can you fill in these two while I just finish off here?
Yes, of course. Fine flow is burning. I heard screaming and the clash of steel. When I got close, I was heading towards our warehouses to check in with Arabetha when I saw Doctore breaking into warehouses and throwing bottles into them. I went to and alerted the guards. There were explosions. Basically, the Doctore are making their move, and it's time to protect our interests. She's a little more composed now that she's got the initial warning out, so she could more effectively relay exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm. Vanya, I wish I had more time to finish this, but this is sort of what you asked for. Wink, wink, look at Discord jump.
It's perfect. I would have liked a little more jewels on it, but I think it'll do. We can, after this, maybe add some enhancements to it. But it's got the framework and the structure. Yes, I can make this work.
Jump, give us a brief description of what it is that Garrett's just gifted to you.
Well, the first thought that comes to mind is dominatrix to me. It is chains on the face. It's got like this little circle on the forehead, like right between her eyes, and of course he's made it into a rose to represent Vanya. But it's kind of like it goes. There's just chains kind of dangling from it, but that are on her head, and then chains that kind of dangle below her eyes, but doesn't fully cover her face.
So,
but
yeah,
I don't know, Lee, do you have any other...
Anything you wish to add? Go on, Garrett.
It's obviously made out of old jewelry, so it's not a beautiful piece, but it will give her the protection that she asks for. I intended to do a lot more of it, but as the district's on fire right now, we have the bare bone. But I've tried to include the rows of the sisterhood in the middle, where all the chains come from. Above her eyes, underneath her eyes, and down her cheek, all joining at the back of the head. So, should one of those face hugger mask, mouth eater things try and clamp onto her head, because she has got a habit of running into the middle of a fight.
We don't know why either.
It shouldn't be able to find any purchase amongst the silver.
It's perfect. And she's gonna place it on and position it and say, is this how it goes?
Yeah, it looks about right.
And she's
Nothing-
gonna like shake her face to dangle the chains.
Just try not to run into the middle of a big group of people this time.
Oh, I won't. Do we need to send message to anyone to help?
I've alerted the wardens, and I think it should probably go through official channels at this point. Can't be long before the ultimate powers that be realize that there is potentially something major happening. I think we should focus on protecting our interests here. But I'm open to other thoughts on that.
We need to protect our power base, and our power base is the slums.
Reza just nods.
Yes. Best we scourge them from the lowered streets district, and if we root them all out, we can push into coin flow if we need to, but home matters most.
Absolutely. Coinflow has the wardens and the merchant guard.
Cypher comes running in. I've got a scan!
I need Falco. I need him to go to my sisters and warn them.
I think Falco will be a bit too busy mobilizing our people. Can't you send one of your messages straight to your sisters?
Well, it takes a little bit to craft, but if you give me a minute.
Yeah, do so. We need to get ready and sort our things out. Tell them if things get too hairy to come here.
All right,
Who
she's
are we
gonna-
crushing?
There's a heavy clank of an axe on the ground.
Ascan, the Movus Doctoria attacking lower streets.
I see. Not for long.
Excellent. You're with us. We're going to go straight to the fighting.
It like old time in Outcast.
Yes. Do you need to prepare anything?
Skarn hefts his axe in one hand and then unsheaths this giant cleaver in the other, hoists them up towards you, Garrett, and in a gesture that would terrify most people, you see it as a playful grin on the Dragonborn's mouth.
I am ready.
Perfect. We can always count on you, Scarn.
Send me to front. I will clear a way for you to get in. Any who stand in front of the folly, the shadows, will be crushed, broken. To the fight!
And without even knowing where he's going, Skarn turns, makes his way back into the shadowed circle, and just starts heading towards the door that leads to the long corridor back towards lower streets.
God help anyone that's on the street with a weapon right now.
Druid, yes, it is. It is, by the way. I can't go that low. I would like to, but I can't. All right. So, in regards to letting people know, Vanya, you got enough time to just pop your head upstairs, shout at Falco, and he would
Send a runner.
send various runners to A, to the gangs, and B, to the Sister of the Silent Rose, Rose Cross. Sorry, not Silent Rose. God damn it, Sisterhood of the Rose Cross, to hunker down and protect themselves.
Perfect.
Okay, then if we're ready, let's see if we can catch up to Scarn.
Scar doesn't know where he's going. He knows we're going out. It's just, he's gone out. By the time you catch up with Scarn, he's at the door in lower streets, stood, cleaver over shoulder, two-handed axe, for most people, in the other hand, as he looks towards the sky.
Smells like things are burning.
I bring out some cloths, douse them in water and some watered down healing potions.
Okay.
Just to try and help.
Okay.
And for everyone of the party that breathes, I'm going to get them to tie it across their face.
Scarn's there with this rag just draped over his nostrils.
I think he just stuffed him up his nose.
Yeah. So for those who aren't familiar with Skarn, he is, yes, he's a Dragonborn, but he's not the stereotypical humanoidish looking Dragonborn. He is more dragon than born. Very lithe. About 9 feet tall. When stood fully upright, and an absolute unit of a close combat monster. He's a big boy. Skarn's a very big boy. So yeah, with these two rags stuffed in his nostril, he just nods at you, Garrett.
Is done. Can't smell anymore.
Yes, they might have put something in the fire that will make you sick. I'd rather not have my champion out of commission.
It really messes with the aesthetic of my headdress, face chains, but okay.
Right then, Reza, lead on.
And Reza starts leading the group in a carefully picked route where she knows there's the least chance of ambush. It might take a little bit longer, but that is the route she's going to take to head towards the warehouses.
Okay. So, with that said and done, Reza, you're leading the group towards the warehouses. I think that's a pretty good point to call it for today. Wouldn't you all agree?
Yeah, heading towards certain death.
Once more into the breach.
And for once, we're not responsible for the fire.
We
We didn't
start
start the fire.
I'm slightly offended that we didn't start the fire.
Now I'm upset, and now I shall start an even bigger fire.
Yes. You've messed with the wrong pyromaniac.
So, we'll pick this up next Sunday with you all making your way towards the Lower Streets District warehouses, where the Doctore seem to be burning, blowing things up, and gassing out, potentially, the occupants.
We're starting 2025 with a bang, you could
Yeah.
say.
It's a terrible shame that Reza didn't warn the people there, but I'm sure they'll find out when the doors are kicked in.
You mean the people in the warehouses?
Uh-huh.
Way too late for that.
Oh, dear me. All right.
It was warn 2 people there and get caught and never get back to the folly, or get back to the folly and save more people.
Mm-hmm. Find out the aftermath next week. Any closing comments? Questions? Ideas?
We did this, chat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye,
Good
chat.
night, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Bye.
Talk shit, get hit, I guess, is the lesson we've learned from this one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dorian, close us out.
Well, Chad, as always, see you next time on Pariahs.
Appreciate it. All right, everyone, thank you as always for joining us for episode 14 of Pariahs. I'm going to flick us over to the end screen, which would be this one. Boop. I'm going to mute myself up so those lot can't hear me. Haha. Close. I nearly did it again. God damn it. Damn it. But yeah, everyone, thank you as always for the support. Hope you enjoyed episode 14 of season 2. Stakes are starting to rise. Actions, consequences. We'll see where this goes. Saying that though, again, just to quickly chime in. Oh man, that's a list and a half. Chaos Heretic, thank you for the follow. Steel and D's, both of you, thank you very much for the tier 3 resub. I appreciate it, as well as it being your 69th month tier 3 resub for both of you. Fucking nice. Noxious Druid, let me tally up your oh man, bits. Noxious Druid, thank you for the bits, it's appreciated. Durs, thank you for the bits. Vexing Cat came in with the gifted subs to the community, so thank you, Vexing Cat. It's appreciated. D's then, like some absolute mad lad, was just like, here, take my wallet, and threw another 20 gifted subs out. Alasco7, thank you for the follow. Ravon with a gifted sub to Ock Raven, appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Callie with the gifted sub to Smiling Bear 420. Blaze it. Ravon, 13 bits, appreciated, my dude. Scobsu, our very own Dorian with the 5 gifted subs. God, it's been a session. Durs, thank you for the 100 bits with a Choo Choo Part 2. Judgy, resubbed 20 months. Appreciated. Thank you. So yeah, everyone, as always, thank you for the support. Hopefully we'll see you all next Saturday for episode 4 of Imperium Maledictum, the Blazing Seraph. Or if not, the Sunday for episode 15 of Pariahs. I failed on this yesterday, but let's see if we can raid someone. Ta-ta. Ta-ta for now.